Hey everybody, this is the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream, and usually you'd hear Basil chatting away, talking about something important at this time, but he is out today, so I'll be running solo, and we'll see how it all goes. I'm checking right now to see if we are on YouTube. I don't think we are, but I don't see that restriction thing in my little window here. This is going to be fun. Doing this solo, running all the background admin stuff while running a show is always a good time. Does not look like YouTube is working still. So make sure you go to CanaryCry.Party and find another location where we're streaming. And in fact, I am experimenting with a new feature by one of our platforms that helps us distribute the stream, and it has to do with going live on our own page, but I don't know if it is working. I think actually it is. CanaryCryNewsTalk.com/live stream. Very basic right now, but we're hoping to build our own little platform, or at least our own little spot on the internet where people can hang out and watch the live stream. Unfortunately, there's no chat or anything built in. That'll be building as we go kind of situation. So anyway, we're going to get the show started. What does he say here? Stay hydrated with water. Let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. We are live to tape. It is May 6th, 2022. It's a Friday, and it's episode number 481, Pineal Penguins. My name is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ, a.k.a. the Cabana Boy, here to serve you a podcast that brings the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And Basil is somewhere in the time verse out there, and he was, as he warned, unable to make it today, but that was part of the plan, part of the agenda. There's a reason, folks, and if you're listening to this now, there's a reason. There could be some divine intervention as to why you found us, especially if you're a first-time listener. Welcome to the show. We've done 481 of these, and think about 150 other regular Canary Cry radio podcasts, which we started back in 2012. And, you know, there's a popular cultural thing that happened in the last few years, calling people that freak out in public as Karens, which is very interesting because back way before that phenomenon, in 2014, we interviewed somebody named Karen Hudes and Dr. Spencer, and they talked about this thing called the Homo capensis, and her name was Karen. We've only been hung up on during a live interview one time, folks, on purpose. You know, there's been Skype disconnections and stuff, but an actual hang up of a guest, and that happened with Karen Hudes back in 2014. And why do I bring that up? It's because, actually, before we jump into anything here, we have a correction to make.
No, you are wrong.
Okay, Karen.
Wrong. That is trash. Wrong.
Okay, Karen.
He's wrong. I've lost my patience. Good night.
Good night.
There it is. There's a jingle that was compiled from the clip where Karen Hudes disagrees with our characterization of Homo capensis as resembling, we didn't even say it was, we were saying it kind of resembles the Nephilim in the Bible, and she was like, no, and she tripped out and hung up on us. But the point was, we were wrong, according to Karen. And actually, we were wrong in the last episode. Several people emailing us and letting us know that MSN, we collect all these articles and we share the source, and part of analyzing and deconstructing the news is looking at who's issuing the news and who's republishing it. MSN.com is notorious for mirroring mainstream outlets from out there, Politico, whatever it may be, and just mirroring it, meaning they just share it. It's kind of like a relay. And in the last episode, we talked about a Daily Caller article that was shared on MSN, and we made the point that Ben Shapiro is mainstream now because the Daily Caller is being mirrored on MSN. Well, we were wrong. We were completely wrong. It's Daily Wire, which is Ben Shapiro's outfit, not Daily Caller, and we got several emails letting us know. And yes, those are little mistakes we make, especially we warned you in the last episode, Basil and I both, that we are not of a right mind right now in terms of feeling fresh, feeling like we're on razor's edge in terms of our focus, life situation and everything. It makes it challenging sometimes when you have to sit down to podcast and spend time processing, world events. So I'm not trying to make excuses. We made a mistake. Daily Caller, Daily Wire. We didn't realize the difference. Didn't even, it's so funny because when people started pointing it out, it was like, oh yeah, of course we made that mistake, because we've had trouble before parsing it out. So it's not a surprise, but yeah, that's what happens. There's just, there's only so much room in the brain files, sometimes, little files get mislabeled, especially when they both include daily, and it's kind of a right wing alt. I guess Daily Caller isn't as alt because they are being mirrored on MSN, and it's Tucker Carlson, and so, well, he appeals to that alt crowd anyway. So I just wanted to start out with that, get that out of the way, and talk about this show today, which is it's going to be a hangout. We're going to hang out because doing shows solo is different. And I know people that have been with us for a long time, they've sat through multiple solo shows where I sit and ramble for 3 hours, but here we are. And we got stuff to cover. We're going to talk about Ukraine a little bit today. We'll touch on the UFO hearing from Capitol Hill. Or briefing, not hearing, but briefing. We'll talk about brain-computer interfaces. The first human trials, commercial brain-computer interface human trials are starting. We'll do some FLIPPY. We'll do a great reset, mind-control weapons. We got a couple COVID things, which is, again, I told you so moment for so many people. The huge community of people that are dismissed and censored and all this stuff in the last couple of years, just receiving their due in many ways as the mainstream comes out with articles that admit to things that were considered conspiracy theory only a short while ago. And then we'll do a big Antarctica thing, as you can see in the artwork for those of you watching, or if you're on a podcast player or something like that and you happen to catch the art for this episode. It is a penguin with the all-seeing eye, the third eye sort of pegged to his head. Sort of the pineal gland conversation with penguins in Antarctica, and it's a whole thing. We'll get there. Have a whole section carved out just for that. So, all right. So to start things out, though, we're going to talk a little bit about Ukraine.
Fight for Ukraine. New world order.
So Ukraine continues to be in the news, and I think clearly it's moved on from, center stage, if you will, in terms of the public consciousness. The primaries are here, and so, we got to start focusing on more domestic issues. But it's the forever war. And Business Insider here, mirrored by MSN.com, headline, ex-spies and diplomats say the Biden administration needs to shut up after New York Times report about U.S. intelligence helping Ukraine kill Russian generals. I thought this was very interesting as well because Basil's been on this big kick, rediscovering the diaries of an economic hitman and just how the United States and our intelligence agencies infiltrate other countries, how they do it and how they do it economically. and how they do it is not so much with troops on the ground, but more so through the infrastructure and through money and capital, and which is interesting because recently we've seen China do that very well all over the world. And maybe there's some more changes in terms of World War III coming with China later on. But let's read this article here. It says, Viktor Medvedchuk, a Ukrainian tycoon with close ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin, is having a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad week. All right. On Tuesday, the pro-Russia politician was captured by Ukrainian forces after escaping house arrest on treason charges earlier this year. President Volodymyr Zelensky shared a photo of a haggard-looking handcuffed Medvedchuk on Telegram as proof of his arrest. Then on Thursday, Ukrainian authorities said they seized a trove of assets belonging to Medvedchuk, including 23 houses, 32 apartments, 30 plots of land, 26 cars, and 1 yacht. They got the yacht. Over the last 3 decades, Medvedchuk has utilized his close relationship with Putin, who is godfather to Medvedchuk's youngest daughter, to install himself as one of Ukraine's most powerful backroom politicians, as well as of its richest, with an estimated worth of $620 million, according to Forbes. $600 million. I mean, that's rich. But why aren't we taking down the billionaires? Why are we taking down multimillionaires? I guess someone's got to pay the price. Medvedchuk was even thought to be Russia's top choice as a replacement for Zelensky as the Kremlin's puppet leader in Ukraine if Kiev had fallen after the invasion. The Kremlin on Wednesday shot down Ukraine's offer to swap Medvedchuk for Ukrainian prisoners, seemingly cutting ties with the captured tycoon. Photos from yonder days, however, highlight the luxurious life Medvedchuk previously lived. And then you can read the original story. So where's the ex-official stuff here? All right, I guess I just have to go through the bullet points with it because maybe the insider has the full story. But let's see, the bullet points from this article. Ex-U.S. officials said the Biden administration needs to shut up about intelligence sharing with Ukraine. This came after New York Times reports that U.S. intel was helping Ukraine kill Russian generals, which we reported on a couple episodes ago. A veteran diplomat said discussing intelligence used for targeting would bolster Putin's propaganda about Russia being a victim. Oh, that's funny. Ukraine this week said it seized a trove of assets belonging... Is this a different article? What is going on here? MSN? Look inside of it. Maybe this is. You know what? I think I just read the wrong article because the headline of this next article that appears on this page is smaller than the font of like the bullet points at the top. So, I think I just got fooled into reading something else here. So sorry about that. Okay, well, there you go, folks. The Ukraine situation, ex-U.S. officials saying Biden needs to be quiet about their intelligence briefing with Ukraine. Yeah, you know, Basil was on the point that Biden's not doing this on purpose. He's sort of accidentally doing it, and it's causing frustration in the back room. And I think at a surface level, in terms of what goes on in the immediate back rooms of Biden and the Biden administration, I think that's probably right. You know, I'm sure Obama's, throwing his headset, against the wall, like, come on, Joe, you can't say that, Joe, and calling Joe into his office and doing the whole deal, because Obama's pretty much running the show right now. We think he's retired or whatever he's doing, but that's what's going on. So anyway, but it can also be part of the confusion and the ongoing perception game that, the ex-officials, the establishment, the old guard, we know what we're talking about. Biden, you need to be quiet. Almost like a public shaming of who's, to show who's actually in charge here. It's not the Biden administration. It's these other intelligence folks behind the scene. So, I don't know. It's very interesting. And a lot of that is becoming very transparent. I don't know if you've noticed, but in terms of the hand behind the puppet, behind the strings that hold the puppets, even, it's all becoming pretty obvious in the sense that a lot of these folks admit, the intelligence agencies, even ex-spies, are admitting what they want, and almost as if, they know that they're being called out from, I guess, a certain segment of the population as being the elite controlling puppeteers or whatever, and they're like, oh, okay, well, they know now, so might as well publish our demands, or at least, publish things that can create misdirection in a certain way. So anyway, the Ukraine thing, again, it'll continue to be in the news. The deal's been made. The $33 billion is going to be moving towards Ukraine and supporting them in this effort. But there's a lot of geopolitics involved with NATO and their expansion and all that stuff. And that, again, is just ongoing. And I'm sure people just get tired of stuff like that. And, it's... But it was necessary in this time, like a little shakeup, a little preview of a shakeup before we see some real shakeup, I guess, in the U.S. with the voting. But also, I think in the next few years, what we'll see China do, and this is no secret or any kind of a crazy idea, that China is probably looking at the Ukraine situation with Russia and taking notes and saying like, hey, let's see how the U.S. and NATO and the West respond to this type of attempted coup of some territory that they rightfully think belongs to them, and see what happens. And so, China can continue building their Belt and Road, and at the same time, and at a certain point, militarily, they're going to take over Taiwan, and it probably won't be anything to, it won't be long. It'll be long in terms of dragged out. It'll probably be quick because just the military preparation of China is... and I guess some, Biden has postured about, we're going to support Taiwan. Are we really, though? Are we really going to get militarily involved? Even Ukraine here, we're bordering just really getting in there, troops, boots on the ground kind of thing, supporting this effort. So I don't know what's going to happen, but if no other nations intervene for Taiwan, they will be taken over by China very quickly. And when that happens, NATO and the West, they're going to the whole public perception of China being a partner and all that will erode, and we will launch sanctions against China, and that will become interesting because Russia and what we're seeing is kind of like a precursor. When we throw sanctions at China, think about all the made in China stuff we have here in the supply chain. That's all going to end very abruptly. And that can be very disruptive to just day-to-day life. And so, to the credit of, you can call it the revived Republican Party or what Trump came in to suggest in terms of a Chinese takeover, that is true. Like actually living in America, that'll become, and being in California, that'll become very interesting. And we've made the joke about how, at a certain point, China's going to abandon California, and we're going to have all these properties that are like ex-Chinese owned things that are just, it's kind of like a wasteland. And then I will come in and buy up all the land, and I'll be this, I'll be kind of like the slumlords, the slumlord of Southern California, as I buy up all the property laid waste by the Chinese who had to flee when the sanctions hit against China. It's just a possibility. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that'd be fun. Okay, so anyway, there's a whole lot of different rabbit trails that we can go down, but there's a little ramble on the Ukraine situation and all the various things taking place, and the public mind games about displaying who's in charge, putting Biden administration, or I guess throwing the Biden administration under the bus, telling them to shut up after they say too much. All right, so other things taking place. Let's see, in DC here, we got some UFO stuff.
You don't know what you're looking at.
What's driving that thing? It's not a space alien.
Aliens. It's unidentified.
There's footage and records of objects in the skies that we don't know exactly what they are.
And there's the man himself, Obama, who is controlling the U.S. government as we speak, or at least the presidency. Politico had an article that they published a couple days ago, on the 2nd of May. It was headlined, "The UFO briefings on Capitol Hill have begun. Lawmakers aren't impressed." Let's see what it says. Lawmakers receiving the latest secret briefings on UFOs say national security agencies still aren't taking seriously the reports of highly advanced aircraft of unknown origin violating protected airspace. Members of the Senate Intelligence and Armed Services Committees received classified progress reports in recent weeks on a series of new data collection efforts the Pentagon and spy agencies are now required to pursue to more rigorously investigate reports of UFOs. 3 people with direct knowledge confirmed. But some leading sponsors of recent legislation want more analysts and surveillance systems dedicated to determining the aircraft's origin, and not just more reports of their existence. It's funny, these lawmakers or sponsors of recent legislation are saying basically like, okay, we get it. People are seeing things. All right, we keep getting reports of people seeing things, but we need more hard evidence. We need more surveillance of the skies. So convenient. I mean, are they building Skynet? The excuse being we need more surveillance, to determine what these unidentified flying objects are. Yeah, we're admitting that they exist. All right, but now to move forward, we need more harder evidence. Let's surveil the sky a little more, and to much of the UFO community's cheering, they're probably like, yeah, let's definitely spy, because we'll see things. We'll definitely start seeing things. Maybe they should make public the entire, air spectrum and other, frequencies. That would be interesting. If the whole public knew of, or were able to monitor, all the things going on in our airspace, in different frequencies as well. Anyway, one of those lawmakers is Kirsten Gillibrand, a member of both committees who has called the phenomenon an urgent issue and for the first time is expressing her public dissatisfaction at the response. Quote, Senator Gillibrand believes that the DOD needs to take this issue much more seriously and get in motion, said one of her aides, who requested anonymity in order to discuss private conversations. Quote, they've had ample time to implement these important provisions, and they need to show us that they are prepared to address this issue in the long term. The congressional briefings come 4 months after Congress passed the National Defense Authorization Act, requiring the Pentagon to create the Anomaly Surveillance and Resolution Office. Anomaly Surveillance and Resolution Office. So, yeah, okay. We have a part of the government, that part of the Pentagon, with anomaly surveillance, which means they're going to surveil the anomalous, the strange things, the paranormal, the supernatural. I mean, talk about science fiction world and Bible prophecy world. The office, which is supposed to be fully operational by June, was granted the authority to pursue, quote, any resource, capability, asset, or process to investigate unidentified aerial phenomena, the now widely accepted nomenclature for UFOs. Okay, so this leads me to believe, or speculate, not believe, speculate, that perhaps some of these Russian oligarchs in their assets, they're hiding, like, I don't know, space rock or something on these boats or these yachts. I wouldn't put it past these Russian oligarchs hiding stuff in their assets. And that's part of the seizing is the anomalous surveillance, resolution office saying like, hey, we're taking your stuff. But in reality, it's like, yeah, we're taking not just your yacht. We're taking that alien artifact that you've been holding on board. Just speculation, not saying that that's true or anything. The Pentagon office is supposed to be developing an, quote, intelligence collection and analysis plan to gain as much knowledge as possible regarding the technical and operational characteristics, origins, and intentions of unidentified aerial phenomena, according to the legislation. That means identifying people across the government, quote, to respond rapidly to incidents or patterns of observations. The bill, signed into law by President Joe Biden, also required an annual report and semi-annual briefings for semi-annual briefings for Congress, including descriptions of all UAP incidents, such as those, quote, associated with military nuclear assets, including strategic nuclear weapons and nuclear-powered ships and submarines. To respond to Congress's direction, Deputy Defense Secretary Kathleen Hicks directed the creation of an Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group to oversee the stepped-up effort and establish the permanent UFO office required by Congress. Okay, among its tasks is to standardize UAP incident reporting across the military and collect and analyze more intelligence. Again, this is, it's strange because the way we are getting disclosure is not necessarily what everyone hoped was some kind of like UFO on the White House lawn and the alien coming out and shaking hands with wouldn't that be great? A big gray alien meeting Joe, they hug it out, they fist bump, or they elbow bump because he doesn't want to give him earth germs. Anyway, what was I going with that? So the disclosure isn't that, unfortunately. It would be much more entertaining. It's more so, okay, we know these things are real, but we can't just reveal this stuff. We need official bureaucracy. We need the red tape so that we can establish governance, and then we can spoon feed the information to the public, but do so officially because it is being decreed by the government. And so that's what's really fascinating about this. All these different branches and groups and the things being created, these councils and stuff, and they have to brief Congress, and so they're taking it seriously. But by creating all of these different, or spinning up all these different things, it is ripe for abuse of higher powers, and beyond, talking principalities and powers, but also just it being the propaganda arm in creating events in the public, creating things that can sway public opinion towards other countries, perhaps. There's all kinds of different things, because we're talking about, ultimately, in my opinion, I think we're talking about the revealing of some pretty advanced technology. And, some people will suggest it as some sort of free energy, or, and there's going to be this quote unquote revolution, this fourth industrial revolution, where everybody abandons a lot of the traditional ways in which energy was captured and used, and they're going to move to this new infrastructure. It's going to create this, I don't know, like a quasi-Atlantis atmosphere, and that's why we're seeing all the gathering of the materials, and it's causing the disconnect that people have. A lot of people, and the normies in the public have, concerning the narratives of climate change and stuff like that. They're being broken. Like, they can't compute with certain things that are happening with the building of this infrastructure. For example, in the last episode, we talked about how the UN, they're supporting this effort to mine gold out of the Pacific Ocean, but it's environmentally challenging to, or not environmentally. I mean, it is sort of, I think it gets, I don't remember the reason why the climate people were upset, but it upset the climate people because they're like, oh, you're causing more harm to the earth long term, but the reason why they're doing it is to get all the gold to help build the more clean energy stuff. So, they're having this, mental breakdown because they're like, yeah, you've been telling us to do this, or do we want to try to build better stuff, and now you're freaking out. So anyway, that's sort of a side note. In any case, back to this here. The whole concept being that they're creating the infrastructure, they're creating the groups that will be the mouthpiece to officially disclose things about this technology, these crafts. I mean, what else could this be? I mean, I'm sure they can just string along hey, it's nothing, there's nothing going on for a while, but at a certain point, I mean, there's probably going to be some events, and this is another narrative that I've heard discussed amongst the more fringy conspiracy-minded people, is that, you know, different nations already have control of this technology, or have some kind of version of the technology implemented into some kind of either weaponry or craft or something, and they're kind of doing the who's going to go first, the game of chicken kind of thing, you know, where someone's going to reveal it, and you know, they're at a stalemate because they don't want to be the first ones, but you know, they're sort of looking at each other like, okay, when are we going to start busting out the new weaponry and the new systems? So anyway, let's keep going here. Let's see. The department continues to brief Congress on our efforts regarding unidentified aerial phenomenon, including our progress in standing up to airborne object identification and management synchronization group in accordance with the fiscal 2022 National Defense Authorization Act. Susan Goff, a department spokesperson, told Politico in a statement, quote, "I cannot comment on specific engagements," she added. Expanding investigations of UAPs will require dedicating far more resources and personnel to the task, military and intelligence experts say. But some members of Congress and their staff are beginning to air their dissatisfaction with the progress in making that happen. Florida Senator Marco Rubio, the top Republican on the intelligence panel, also believes the Pentagon is not aggressively carrying out Congress's direction. That's the other thing. Why would they? Don't they want this? Why are they slowing it down? Maybe it's because, like, slow your horses. We'll put Joe on that UFO and have him miraculously float down to the ground, and then, you know, his approval rating will go back up. But we can't do that yet. We need to slow down. Quote, "Rubio is definitely frustrated," said one of the senator's aides, who was not authorized to speak publicly. Quote, "They are not moving fast enough, not doing enough, not sharing enough." Quote, "The administration is aware of the concerns," he added. "It is not at the level it needs to be." Others are more critical, accusing the Pentagon of hiding information from Congress. Quote, "I don't trust the Department of Defense to get this right, since leadership there has always been part of a cover-up," said Rep. Tim Burchett of Tennessee, a member of the House Transportation Aviation Subcommittee. Quote, "It is clear from the public evidence that we don't have full control of our airspace," added Burchett, whose district includes Oak Ridge National Laboratory, where there have been numerous reports of UFO sightings over the decades. Quote, "That's a national security issue, and it's also unacceptable." 5 current and former military intelligence officials and contractor personnel privy to the deliberations, who were not authorized to speak publicly, told Politico they believe real progress is being made to compel agencies to take a more proactive approach and also be more transparent. More transparent. I keep seeing that word everywhere. More transparent about what they might know about UFO sightings and technologies. Okay, so maybe whoever this group is, maybe they're the ones that have it. Oh, the country would melt down if it came out and the Democrats had the UFO technology. Can you imagine the craziness that would? You know, movie theme scenario: the Democrats discover the alien technology and they have it, and they come out with it, and the Republicans and their guns, this old century technology, fight for the right for freedom, but they get destroyed by the alien technology. Oh no, this is not going in the direction we were all hoping for. Because if you look at history, folks, and I say this, kind of making fun and joking, but if you look at history, who wins those wars? Who wins? Who gets to be the controllers of a generation? It's the ones who, especially more recently, it's the ones who harness the technology better than or before their enemies, their perceived usually geographical enemies. So just thinking out loud, folks. And, this is a very interesting segue to our next story, because part of I got two things. One, they're they don't want things to happen too quickly because, there's still some messaging that needs to happen. They got to tell the aliens more about us, according to WionNews.com. That's WION News.com. NASA to send naked pictures of humans to space in hope of attracting aliens. And it's really the people who understand the Genesis 6 worldview of the sons of God in the Old Testament, B'nai Ha-Elohim, seeing the daughters of men, the daughters of Adam, seeing them as taking them as wives, and then having children, the giants, the Nephilim. In the context of such mythology, let's call it, it is strange that NASA is like, hey, aliens, check out our birthday suits. Here we are. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. This is the weirdest thing. It's kind of, I suppose I can understand the sort of logic of like, hey, here we are as God made us, right? But there's a reason why there is shame and we cover ourselves, right? There's a whole narrative there of what happened back in the garden. But, let's ignore that. Let's just let the aliens see our whole situation there. So anyway, that, and I do want to just to bridge to the next story here. This is an old article from Columbia Daily Tribune, and it was published back in May of 2014. So that's 8 years ago now. My gosh, time goes by so quickly. But the headline was, UFO accounts are journalists' stuff of dreams. And it documents this aerospace engineer named Tom Keller, who wrote an article for the Mutual UFO Network's journal that said Ben Rich, who was the lead at Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works in the 80s and early 90s, I believe. He led the development of the U-2, the F-117, also worked on the F-104 and the A-12, SR-71, Blackbird, and F-22. So he was the guy doing the Skunk Works stuff, sort of the more experimental stuff. And so this guy, Tom Keller, had an opportunity to, sit there. I think it was like a little lecture he did or something like that. And he was able to ask him a question. But more on Tom Keller here, who's worked as a computer systems analyst for NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, quoted Rich as saying the following. And here's where it's interesting. It's several quotes that are very, tickling of the ears, so to speak. It's very sensational kind of claims about taking an act of God. Oh, so let's just go through a couple of these because, it's important to at least read two of them, I think. First, I'll read this one. We already have the means to travel among the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects, and it would take an act of God to ever get them out to benefit humanity. Anything you can imagine, we already know how to do it. Anything you can imagine. What was the reason why God divided the languages at the Tower of Babel? It's because people can do anything they imagined to do. And part of that was building the tower and to, reach heaven and dethrone God and all this kind of stuff. I mean, pretty intense stuff. And so there you go. That technology apparently is harnessed once again, or had always existed, and is once again maybe touched by humans or privileged human plus people, which is part of the transhumanist agenda. He also said, we now have technology to take ET home. No, it won't take someone's lifetime to do it. There's an error in the equations. We know what it is. We now have the capability to travel to the stars. First, you have to understand that we will not get to the stars using chemical propulsion. Second, we have to devise a new propulsion technology. What we have to do is find out where Einstein went wrong. And this is a quote that I want to highlight. Quote, when Rich was asked how UFO propulsion worked, he said, quote, let me ask you, how does ESP work? Extrasensory perception, ESP. The questioner responded with, all points in time and space are connected. Rich then said, that's how it works. So UFO propulsion works, according to Ben Rich, who was head of Skunk Works and worked on all kinds of secret aircraft. According to him, UFO propulsion works via extrasensory perception, which leads us to this story here.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
You are already sort of a cybernetic symbiote. Neural nets are taking over from regular programming. So you are connected.
This is from Bloomberg. And the headline: the first commercial brain-computer interface is entering human trials. Elon Musk's Neuralink is overtaken by a rival in a race to regulatory review. So the technocracy, I think it's important to keep in mind with any kind of New World Order. It's not just like one person in charge all the time. That seat, that throne is sort of up for grabs, right? And there's competition going on. And so it's just, and Elon is just one of the players in that technocratic race. So anyway, let's see what this says here. Synchron Inc., which develops a so-called brain-computer interface and competes with Elon Musk's Neuralink Corp., enrolled the first patient in the U.S. clinical trial, putting the company's implant on a path toward possible regulatory approval for wider use in people with paralysis. The early feasibility study is funded by the National Institute of Health and will evaluate the safety of the device, known as the Stentrode, the New York-based company said. It will also assess how effective the Stentrode is in helping patients control digital devices hands-free. Here we go. And again, if you're not seeing the connection to extrasensory perception and controlling UFOs, it's kind of the mind. It's the stuff of the mind, your imagination, your pineal gland, perhaps. It seems to be something a little bit more spiritual going on than simply the physical, although we are at this point in time in history where, because of technology, science increasing to the point that it has, it is starting to tinker with the very fabric of the stuff we're made of, the material, and tapping into that immaterial aspect of ourselves and of creation. And that's what things like connecting directly into the brain seem to do, because the brain being the main organ that processes information in this physical world through, different senses, it is a very, perhaps one of the most powerful things in creation. And, to tap into it somehow, into, some kind of a bridge into that mind realm, there's some questions about what's going on here when it comes to Neuralink and these brain-computer interfaces, all in the guise of helping people with paralysis and things like that. But you never know what other things are being collected and learned behind the scenes here. But here's what it says as we go on. It also puts Synchron ahead of Neuralink, which is better funded, but is still recruiting a trial director. Neuralink raised $205 million last year. Synchron has raised $70 million in total. That's not that much. Brain-computer interfaces, or BCI, could empower millions of disabled people to more easily communicate and engage in modern life. Paralysis affects more than 5 million people in the U.S. alone, according to researchers at the Center for Disease Control. Farther in the future, Musk and other technologists talk of a world where anyone can receive implants to achieve a sort of super intelligence. And that's the other thing, too. Elon probably doesn't see this as competition. He's probably like, yes, another tree being grown over here. And eventually we will intermingle and become one. Synchron's device, once implanted, travels to the brain through blood vessels. Neuralink is implanted directly into the skull, in parentheses. After it reaches the brain, the Stentrode translates brain activity into signals designed to allow texting, emailing, online shopping, or other activities using an external device, Synchron said. In the past, other BCIs have received regulatory approval to treat patients on a temporary basis. Synchron's trial, if successful, would secure approval from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration for long-term use, not just for experiments like those in a lab. Here in this article about brain-computer interfaces, we see the three organizations that did not instill confidence in the public over the last few years with this pandemic. We have the NIH, National Institute of Health, we have the FDA, and we have the CDC, all giving their stamp of approval for moving forward with putting little microchips in your brain. I don't know if this is good. The Synchron study will eventually involve 6 U.S. patients, splitting between New York and Pittsburgh. The first patient enrolled this week at Mount Sinai Hospital in New York. Tom Oxley, Synchron's founder and chief executive officer, declined to identify the patient or provide demographic details. It was Joe. What if it's Joe? Oh, man. Cybernetic Joe? That would be phenomenal. All he has is a soundboard of all the things he's said. That's how he communicates. It's kind of like an enhanced version of Stephen Hawking.
Come on, man. And Corn Pop was a bad dude. Keep yapping, man. It was really a productive segment, man.
I'll stop there. I can go on for a while with this board. But anyway, the next step on the path toward approval would be a wider trial to test for efficacy. If the trials succeed, it will likely be several years before the Stentrode is available for sale. So there you go. They're saying it's still a few years away. But what, few years away for what? Commercial? As a commercial product or as a product for people that, are paralyzed? Not clear. So there you go. There's some beast system connected Elon update. And yeah, so you talk about Elon and Starlink, Neuralink, taking over Twitter, which is sort of the blueprint of internet hive mind. And you have aerial surveillance, government bodies creating aerial surveillance to get more data about what's going on up there. Starlink would be a great little partnership to have for the U.S. government. Hey, just put a few more cameras up there on the Starlink you got, facing the other way, maybe not facing down, but like facing up, and we can start plotting every molecule in the sky, and then we will know when these craft travel. And that's what's very fascinating too, because once we have this surveillance, this aerial surveillance or whatever that they're trying to establish, and how much of it is going to be public? Probably not all of it. Here's the other thing. They probably already have this, right? A deep underground, secret government, whatever you want to call it. They must have a more robust surveillance apparatus of everything in the heavens, or at least close. So for a government body to start saying, hey, we need more surveillance, now you're getting the general public in on what's happening up there. And it also happens to be the same realm where, this new level of warfare, the space warfare type thing, but also where the technology will exist, theoretically. For the, I know some people don't believe space is real, but it breaks down if we're not clear about what we're talking about. It's going to be the place that houses the technology that connects people on the internet. And, L.A. Marzulli has talked about this for a long time, and I completely agree with him on this, that the internet itself is a sort of recreation of what New Agers call the Akashic Records. It's this ethereal network of information, of all information that exists in some kind of non-physical space that the ancients were able to access somehow. And if you think about what the internet is, that's exactly what that is. It's a big non-physically existent. I mean, there are physical locations where that information is being fed, right? These on-ramps and off-ramps from the physical world where we're instilling information into this non-existent cloud type of thing. But that's basically what it is. And so if you have Neuralink connecting to your brain, and then all the communication apparatus from your brain goes to the cloud or the thing in the sky that's floating around, And then now you're talking about craft up there. I mean, this is crazy. This is craziness. As it were in the days of Noah, right? So anyway. Okay. What are we talking about now? We're talking about how it is Friday.
It's Friday, day, 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 day. It's Friday, day, 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 day. It's Friday. It's Friday, day, 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 day.
Yeah, no, I understand. Well, there you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing.
It's Friday. It's Friday.
There we go. And of course, one of my more nostalgic Fridays.
You're gonna learn today. Cause it's Friday. You ain't got no job. And you ain't got
There you go. It is Friday. And, next Friday is Friday the 13th. So, yeah. Be afraid, I guess? I don't know. I did a little deep dive on the number 13 because it jumped out with that old weird Elon Musk Freemason tweet from last episode. And there's I guess the origin of the Friday the 13th thing comes from, it's like very recent. A lot of it comes from that Jason thing, but anyway, personal stuff, not really much going on. Oh, you know what? I do want to thank just all the producers out there that have ever supported the show. We'll do more specific thank yous as we go along here, but I wanted to specifically thank just all the producers because we had a situation where, and this is just personal stuff here, my father-in-law passed away about a month and a half ago, and just a few weeks later, last week, his brother passed away. And, it's a very tough situation. But to, pay our respects, my wife and mother-in-law, most of my family on that side come from Illinois. So they're going to go out there. They're going to fly out there, but, the flight's expensive and stuff like that. So, with your help as producers, we were able to sort of make that happen. So I just want to say thank you because, that's the kind of stuff that you guys don't necessarily see all the time in terms of, how things happen behind the scenes here. But, it's being put to good use and to stuff that's actually important in life and family and stuff. So just want to say thank you. And, yeah, and part of it, it's the beauty of the value for value model. And, Basil always has these sort of canned value for value talking points, which are important. I think they matter. And they should resonate with people more so than I think it does. Because even if you are a podcast out there or you listen to another podcast out there that does ads, which I do, I mean, it's, I listen to podcasts out there that have ads and stuff, and it's just because a lot of podcasts that are, more popular and things, that's how they operate. It's just part of the game. But I usually fast forward through that, or, if I can't put my, get to the, fast forward thing, then I'll maybe take off my headphones or whatever to skip over it sometimes. But I get it. I understand. It's just one of those things where it's necessary. The claws have entered into this podcasting space and alternative independent media space. And, that's just how it is. The mainstream's dying, but it's sort of staying alive by leeching off of these independent creators a lot of times. And we just don't want to take part in that. And of course, again, even independent people that have ads, that maybe they're promoting Christian products or something like that. That's commendable. I have nothing, I see nothing wrong with that. In terms of, supporting other businesses and things of that nature that you truly believe in and that you truly want to support because they share your values and whatnot. Obviously, that's a better way to do it than, the corporate sort of model. But at the same time, that it can still create the kinds of issues that we've seen with the corporate model, which is if you say something and the whatever partner you have doesn't like what you said, then that relationship ends. And that a lot of times those relationships are built on financial incentives, even if they're both Christians. And so, if you say something, oh my gosh, you said some pre-wrath thing on your show. Hey, I'm stopping my, partnership with you to sell my prepper backpack or whatever it might be. So, when financial incentives get involved, it's always sort of a gamble. Pardon the pun. And when it comes to personal relationships, it can get messy. Is all I'm saying. And so, Psalm 40, unsubscribe. To avoid any of that, we like to keep things open here. We like to keep things on this value for value system. It's worked, and we will shut down if the value that we're pumping out is not being received back in the form of time, talent, and treasure. It's really basic, and that's the beauty of it, is that you, as the listener, the consumer of the podcast, can decide for yourselves what it's worth. And for people who have been listening for a long time, and we've gotten some of these messages, people who decide to produce after years of listening, it is very interesting because as you listen along, and I've had this with other shows myself, so I know this from personal experience, that you start to feel kind of guilty. You're like, wow, I am really getting a lot out of this show, and I'm not really doing anything in return to help. And that can build in your conscience if you're listening to something for a few years and you're not really doing much to help out in return. But the beauty of it is we do time, talent, and treasure. And so, the opportunities extend beyond just the financial aspect of all of this. But we do have a executive producer to thank. Oh no, volume. And executive producers are those who come in committed to making each episode happen. They're really the ones that step up big, episode by episode. And so we want to thank today Brandon C. for coming in as the executive producer for episode 481.
Where'd you find this?
Let me actually do a double check as well. This is part of the challenge of doing solo, is running admin stuff in the background while you're talking and doing show stuff, and that's why the duo works a little better sometimes. Okay, there's some stuff that I see that have come in that I have not added to the list, and we will which just means that the break later on is going to be very messy because I'm going to be juggling all of this solo. Okay, so so Brandon C., thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll get into more of the producers later on in the show, but in the meantime, let's go back to talking about some other things here, which is it's Flippy. We got to do a Flippy update. Here we go.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Flippy. Flippy is a colloquial name we use for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We've been tracking this robot takeover for years now, and the Flippy title for all robots, really, just so happened to stick, I guess. So, we do track the actual Flippy, the hamburger flipping Flippy by Miso Robotics. But, they're not in the news all the time, so we sort of spread our wings and see what else we can find. In today's episode here, we have... Oh, I have the wrong story up on the board here. The actual story is from Mashable. And the headline here is "Very Good Robot Sidekick Helped Assemble a Remote-Controlled Plane." Who says robots can't have hobbies too? And there's a video at the top of this Mashable article where a robot arm that's on a four-wheeled sort of body, I guess, or, computer type of thing, is wheeling around this office and grabbing things at one end and bringing it to a gentleman who is building this model plane, or remote-controlled plane. And it says here, using a small tablet. What does it say here? The human. Okay, well, let me go through the video here because it's, the text is always interesting. A robot sidekick helped its human assemble a model airplane. Again, a robot sidekick helped its human assemble a model airplane. They're having fun with it, I hope. Strictly robots. That's right. And then it says here, in this unusual study, the robot was given an assembly task to determine whether human preferences can be effectively transferred. Okay. In order to complete the construction of the model RC plane, using a small tablet, the human is shown a list of suggested parts or actions. All right. After the part is selected, a robot vehicle cruises over to the storage area and fetches them. From there, a small robot arm hands the pieces over to the human and patiently watches as a fellow machine comes into being, which is the remote-controlled plane here. So, in this time when we grew up with all the propaganda, or predictive programming, more specifically, in TV shows and movies, and the idea of having a robot assistant, sort of R2-D2, C-3PO, the robot nanny from the Jetsons, or Johnny Number 5, or you can count many robots and movies and films that have that kind of thing. This is sort of the closest thing to that I've seen tangibly, where you have a literal robot that's rolling around in your office or your garage, picking up things, bringing it to you, and I don't know. It's I can see this becoming a thing for people. It's all I'm saying. And thus we enter the age of robot assistants, because this kind of thing can be very useful for someone who's got a lot going on or has a long distance to travel to grab items. If you have a warehouse full of tools and you're just saving a lot of time if you just make the robot go get it. You can just keep working on your thing while you allow the more monotonous things to get done by a robot. And that's I don't necessarily see a huge problem with that in a practical sense. I mean, I think about things that I do around the house and I'm like, hey, listen, if a robot can take care of that, if a robot arm can take care of that, look, I got more time to spend with the kids. I got more time to research, more time to actually finish Age of Deceit 4. I mean, wouldn't that be a trip? Hey, I was able to finish the documentary finally. All that time that got freed up from my robot arm that does our laundry and the dishes and picks up diapers. That'll be the day when they pick up diapers. So there you go. There's our Flippy update today. I know it's not the craziest Flippy update, but without Basil here, I don't want to do something too mind blowing because I think last time he missed the robot arm that does surgeries or something like that. It was a pretty intense one. It was like Bill Gates funded. So anyway, all right. Moving on here. Make sure to go to CanaryCry.Party. Party time. Oh, yeah. Go there and find all the links to all the things we do. Yeah, all the things that I was trying to spit out there are the live stream location, the Clips channel, the email list where we send you all of our sources. You can sign up for the text notifications. That's a good one, especially if you were watching on YouTube. I guess not today, but if you are a YouTube watcher of the show, then that's one of those safeguards to know that the show's still happening, even though YouTube has shut us down. And there's all sorts of other fun things you can find at CanaryCry.Party, including how to become a producer, street team posters, links to all of our platforms where we stream. Got the Face Like the Sun archive, which is the Odyssey page in there, and also a link to a podcast called Ravel. That is Basil's other podcast. And it says the podcast that Basil decided to put together a few years ago, and it's one of those things that is so needed. Basil doesn't do things if it already exists. Just so you know, he's one of those guys. He's a trailblazer. And so he will be the first to do something. And I think this podcast is a first in the I guess, Christian or biblical analysis, Bible and culture and religion and having all those things in a more, I guess, modern context. Having those conversations in 2022 in the context of, millennial, I guess. I don't know. But it's with Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates. No affiliation with Bill Gates, we think. And definitely check it out. At this, yes, and you can also go to Canary Cry Clips on YouTube. It's one of those places that has not been shut down as of yet. We thank the Clippies, for doing that and adding the clips as frequently as possible. And this is a resource for people who want to share segments of the show. So instead of sharing them a whole 3-hour episode, and especially one like this where I'm just rambling on for 3 hours, it's better to just find the clips to the topics and send that. And that way you can draw people in. It's a great tool to rattle people's cages. That's what this is. This is one of the many tools you can use to rattle someone's cage. And so we encourage that. What else do we talk about in this little breaky thingy here? These the text alerts. Yeah, text alert. Go to or text Canary to 877-740-3226. That's 877-740-3226, and you will be put on our text notification list, and we'll text out a message every time we're about to go live. Going live. Okay. Here we go. What are we, what are we supposed to be talking about? Oh, the Great Reset. All right, here we go.
We need a great reset.
Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
Happi.com. PepsiCo's Soul Boost introduces Great Reshuffle Reset Initiative for Mental Health Awareness Month. Wow, okay. We've been tracking all the great whatevers, the great reshuffle, the great, I don't know, what else was there? I forget now. It's been a few episodes since we really did a deep dive. But in this one here, in light of Mental Health Awareness Month and the mass reshuffle with millions of Americans quitting or transferring jobs, Soul Boost is introducing its Great Reshuffle Reset Initiative. GRRI. I just made that up, but it is their acronym, Great Reshuffle Reset Initiative, GRRI. The opportunity was created for those who want to leave their jobs and press the reset button on life by sponsoring 5 people's journeys to any desired location to ease their minds and find solitude. I wonder if any of the 5 will choose Antarctica. We got to keep an eye on this, folks, especially because it's created by Soul Boost. Paying homage to childhood dreams of an age-old question, what I want to be when I grow up, this opportunity celebrates the core values of the Soul Boost brand. Consumers finding their ideal frequency in life and feeling empowered to feel their best self each day through energy and mood management. This is all leading to that Neuralink stuff too, by the way, and the Synchron and all these brain-computer interfaces controlling our energy and our mood. You know, it's coming. It's coming. Those selected will receive $5,000 to use however they deem fit by sharing why they're hoping to reconnect to the activities and places they love most. Okay, so it's a little sweepstakes here. So not a real story per se, but an example of a large corporation, PepsiCo, doing their campaigning of the Great Reset, putting this in the context of the Great Reshuffle reset, where people are switching jobs, and that has been part of the Great Reshuffle narrative, but allowing it to be a Great Reshuffle reset. It's about resetting your job and your life. It's not about the world system resetting or supply chains resetting or the greater economy shifting from this fiat-based economy to a multipolar commodities-based economy that's also has the variable of digital assets. No, none of that. It's just about you resetting your life. And doing it by being empowered with the energy and mood management and finding your ideal frequency. So new agey. Come on. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, here you go. That's my quick Great Reset update. That they're just continuing to push any kind of anything to masquerade the reality of what this reset is all about. They'll do it. There's no shame with these larger institutions. Okay. What do we got here? Mind control weapons, which it's been coming up a lot recently.
Mind control weapons.
And this has to do with just how propaganda operates, but also how advertising at large operates. This is a website called popular.info. And I kind of did a peek real quick on what popular.info is. They're allegedly independent accountability journalism, and it's made by Judd Legum. The New York Times calls this place excellent. Bloomberg says corporations' political reckoning begins with a newsletter. Okay. And the Washington Post says admirable snooping. So popular.info seems to be some kind of outlet that is meant for these institutions or these news orgs to sort of get their alpha from. So anyway, this is one of those articles, and it's titled PR Giant Advising Corporate Clients to Stay Silent on Abortion Rights. And of course, in this week, we've had the whole leak of the congressional document and opinion piece about the fate of Roe v. Wade. And so, of course, this will become, because it is a political issue, obviously corporations, a lot of times the pattern has been, whether it's Ukraine, whether it's COVID, whether it's Black Lives Matter, the pattern has been something happens culturally, the Democrat, left-wing, progressive, whatever you want to call it, communists, they have a particular influence through certain corporations or within corporations. They have been penetrated. They will virtue signal publicly and use their platform as massive corporations to virtue signal whatever it is that is the PC line of usually the Democrat Party. But this is interesting. Let's see what it says. Okay, massive public relations firm Zeno is privately advising its high-profile corporate clients to avoid commenting on the draft Supreme Court opinion overturning Roe v. Wade, according to an internal communication obtained by Popular Information. Oh, they get leaks. They report on the leaks, but they get their own leaks. Popular.info. Zeno is a multinational company with almost $120 million in annual revenue and a roster of blue-chip corporate clients, including Coca-Cola. We just talked about the Coca-Cola company. Well, I guess that was PepsiCo. Oh, so maybe a rival. Coca-Cola, Salesforce, Hershey's, Netflix, and Starbucks. Zeno is also a subsidiary of Edelman, the world's largest public relations conglomerate. According to Zeno CEO Barbie Siegel, the firm's mission is to, quote, champion the courageous to achieve something better for humankind. I could have guessed that that's what their agenda is. It's always world saving, These organizations and institutions are so big, there's really no other way to put it in context when you're talking about public relations and talking about yourself and what your purpose is. It's all about bettering humankind. It's kind of like the blanket argument. Oh, I'm going to make humans better. That's why we're here. The mission is not reflected in an email sent to Zeno's staff this week by Katie Swaina, Zeno's executive vice president for media strategy. Swaina's message includes, quote, a template email to share with client contracts regarding the leaked Supreme Court opinion, which would end all constitutional protections for abortion rights. The template tells clients that, quote, the media and others, quote, will look for corporations to take a stand and make their views known. Zeno's advice, however, is to keep quiet. There's a block quote here. Do not take a stance you cannot reverse, especially when the decision is not final. This topic is a textbook 50-50 issue. Subjects that divide the country can sometimes be no-win situations for companies because regardless of what they do, they will alienate at least 15 to 30% of their stakeholders. Do not assume that all your employees, customers, or investors share your view. Sound advice to keep the money rolling in. This issue is way too divisive for you to take a stand on at this moment. You will compromise financial opportunities by taking a side. So, yeah, I mean, this is very telling in terms of not just with this particular issue and this leak, but more so how much these sort of shadow institutions influence what big corporations say, and the kind of virtue signaling that we've seen in the past. I'm 100% certain that it's places like this that give suggestions or give sort of, how you should deal with any given issue publicly, what stance you should take or whatever it might be. So, and especially if those opinions are narrow in that it's kind of like a minority view. It's a very fringe minority. Okay, can you imagine if someone like me or like Basil got into the what do you call it? The seat, the chair, the master chair, the throne, where whoever these, sort of progressive people sit in these institutions and organizations that are able to send a little memo out to, Coca-Cola, what else was it? Salesforce, Hershey's, Netflix, Starbucks, these big corporations, billions of dollars. And you can, I can just write a memo and be like, listen, I want you to talk about how we all need Jesus and how, they're setting up this big, great deception and it's all in the Bible. You just got to, start Genesis there. And, you just check out Canary Cry News Talk and Canary Cry Radio and find out all the people that hang out there and just check it out. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's essentially kind of what's happening at that level. Just some woke person who's sitting at the wheel, and they're like, well, we're going to do this woke thing. But it sounds like they're, when there's a financial threat, they're much more, careful in taking sides or pushing people to take sides. All right, anyway, let me just let me continue on here. While Swina claims overturning Roe is a 50-50 issue, 72% of Americans oppose overturning Roe, according to a January poll by Marquette Law School. In the email template, Zeno warns corporations that inquiries from the media about reproductive rights should be ignored to avoid attracting attention. Avoid media, quote-unquote, phishing. Often during controversy, media will make general inquiries to multiple peer organizations in which the first one to, quote, raise its hand becomes the lead. Again, they're really giving away the playbook here of what happens behind the scenes and why we see certain companies, organizations, influencers, how they go viral, how they're able to become the voice of a generation. In a case like this, being at the center is not advisable, so be judicious if how general inquiries are managed. Yeah, being center on anything is very unpopular. I mean, we've tried to have this balanced approach on this show, and inevitably what we do is we upset people on all sides of the aisle in pretty much all topics, from the rapture to politics. I mean, we've ventured those aisles many times. Zeno is also advising companies to avoid pitching, quote, breaking news networks and outlets on any topic because these outlets might use the opportunity to ask about the Roe decision. And then another block quote, steer clear of breaking news network outlets. We anticipate the story will dominate news feeds for the rest of the week as more details unfold. So avoid pitching reporters and outlets that focus on breaking news. Wow, they really want them to stay out of the public light when it comes to this issue. Very interesting. Who is it again? Coca-Cola? Just remind us again. Coca-Cola, Salesforce, Hershey's, Netflix, Starbucks. And that's not the whole list either. Those are some of the blue chip. Okay. In a section of the template email devoted to social media, Zeno again emphasizes the importance of not responding to any questions about the company's position on reproductive rights. Okay. So don't do anything. No social media, no TV, no nothing. You guys just go sit down in the corner and just twiddle your thumbs, because nobody wants to know what you think, or, at least we think that, half the people, or you're going to upset somebody and you'll lose money. So just go over there quiet, let it pass, go under the wave. Now, back to the article. I think this is the end of it here. Now, with the constitutional rights of women in grave danger, Zeno is giving their clients, which also include more companies, Kia Motors, AstraZeneca, AT&T, ASICS, or ASICS, Scott's Miracle Grow, okay, Philips Health, Corona, the beer company, Pizza Hut, Prudential, and Livano, the opposite advice. Wait, hold on. Now with this must be because of the whole thing before about shattering glass. Okay, yeah, they quote Ruth Bader Ginsburg, notorious RBG, shattered glass ceilings, broke down doors, and held open for the rest of us, blah, blah, blah. But now, now they're doing the opposite. Like, hey, we used to be super woke, but things are changing. And this to the point that we've been saying for, it's been 2 weeks now? Ever since they fired up CERN, we said, expect changes. Expect, shifts, the pendulum swinging in different directions, Democrat, Republican, tipping of the tide, tipping of the association, tipping of stances on various issues. It's just kind of a shakeup. It's very interesting. And I think there are multiple reasons for that. Obviously, I think there's the greater economic instability around the world, just in general, the inflation over the printed money. We didn't bring it to the show a few weeks ago. I should have, maybe a week ago. I think one of the IMF directors, the International Monetary Fund, he's on tape saying, to the effect of, I'm summarizing here, that we definitely printed too much money. We shouldn't have done that. We made a mistake. So, too much money, inflation happening, things overpriced, hurting the lower class and the middle class tremendously. This inflation thing is going to, and the Fed trying to ease it by raising rates, and that's freaking out the market. So all of a sudden you got these huge crashes in the market like we saw this week. So a lot of change. It's a great reset. Remember, it's not one quick thing. It's shaking up the entire world, and it's gonna have its rough moments. It's gonna be turbulent, but we're here to walk everyone through it. Not walk you through it, but just walk through it together, hand in hand. Because we're a community of believers who thinks that this is all gonna be all right. Yeah, things are bad. Things are looking bad. It's like Ben over at, BitBoy Crypto said.
Oh, golly, I feel like we're living in the end times.
Yeah, totally feel the same. And, who knows that if it is or not. But the bottom line is that we don't have to worry about it. We can kind of laugh at all this stuff because while we are serious about everything and we report to you all the serious things that are out there, there's a certain point, you reach a certain point, especially if you're in this for a while, where you get it. Like, you get the bigger picture. It's all just living out the details day to day and processing it. And while you go through that, you get to the point where either you truly feel this deep resentment, anger, and which it doesn't really go away, but it's sort of there as part of, man, it's so upsetting to know. It makes me angry to know that there is a more powerful truth that doesned get relayed, because of all this propaganda and all this fake constructed psychology being doused on people through all the ways that it's done. There's an anger to it, and it drives people, at least for myself, it's driven me to a point where I either cry about it, in pain or in sadness, or you just gotta laugh because it's absurd. I mean, the level at which things are happening are absurd. It's absurd. And so the natural thing for us is to laugh. I mean, to me, I found laughter is a great way to process all this stuff. There's no other way to do it because it really truly shines a light on the absurdity. So anyway, just wanted to mention that as we go into this break here and thank some people.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
We're in a break. This is a break. Oh, man. Get something to drink. Trying to stay hydrated over here. All right. So, yes, here we are. We operate on the value for value model, which means we don't take any corporate money. We don't sell products with no male enhancement. Nothing like that. No waffle makers. Maybe we should do the waffle thing, though, because, it'll be kind of like meta, It's like we're doing the waffle thing, even though we made fun of Ben Shapiro doing the waffle thing. So when we say it, it's ironic, but also we're still selling your attention. No, we're not going to do it because it sells your attention to corporations, third party. And we don't want to do that. So we provide value. This is how the value for value model works. We provide value, whether it's education, entertainment, whether it's combining the two with edutainment, whether you're here checking it out for community, or maybe you're listening because, you just want to hear some different perspectives on things. And we welcome people like that. We especially welcome those like that because, that's that's really the test of whether some of the things we say or some of the things we believe has any weight to it. You know, if somebody who's coming at this brand new starts looking at it, and I get it, it's tough because you can't lay out all the information all at once, and that's the challenge with a news talk show, is you can talk about something that's happening and reference research, like hard research that's happened, years ago. And the reason we have the angle that we have on certain issues or events is because of the research of those who came before us, who sort of laid a perspective on things. But, as you listen, as you soak in the episodes over time, you start to understand what those things are. And then you can kind of make sense of how we process this information and all the stuff happening. So, if you're here for that, I encourage that more, when it comes to rattling people's cages, getting people who don't normally listen to the show to check it out, just encourage them to be like, I know you disagree with this, but just check it out just to see. It's a good way to invite people in. So that's just a little side note there. Maybe you're here just to check out that weird guy with the VR goggles and googly eyes and, see what that guy has to say, that weird guy on the internet. So whatever reason you're here, we thank you. And, we hope we provide that value to you, whatever it is, whether it's laughter, whether it's community, whether it's actual information or a way of thinking or whatever it might be. And so the value for value model works because we provide that value for free. It's always going to be free. But you, as the consumer of that value, you get to decide how much value it is to you. So maybe you're like, hey, it's very valuable, but not enough to really, fork up any cash, which is okay. That's fine. A lot of people are like that. And in fact, the majority of the listeners are in that position. And so, it makes sense. And truth be told, I also, as a consumer of podcasts and different media, there's certain things that, I've listened to for a long time or have, this is a great example, and this is something I've been more convicted over. There's certain Bible, pastors or preachers that I like to check out and listen to their podcasts and it kind of just feeds me just more straight up biblical stuff each week. And, I recently realized, I don't really do a whole lot to support those people. Maybe I should, send them a little donation or something, so that's the kind of thing that happens when you start to think about how you are helping maintain or uphold value back. And you can do that financially. You can do that through different ways on this show. So it's just something interesting to think about, and it's something in my life it's really changed the perspective on how I support things, whether it be, anything, any kind of small business locally that, they're Christian and maybe you're not using all their products, but you still, you subscribed to something of theirs, monthly thing, and you can cancel that subscription. It's a few bucks, but you decide to keep it going because you support them for what they're doing. You might not consume everything, but at least you support the mission. And so I think that speaks to a lot of producers out there and maybe those who are thinking about producing. So anyway, that's my little rant about producers. I know Basil's got his stuff that he talks about, but I knew I was going to have to do this solo, and so I was able to reflect on some things about the whole value for value model and to help articulate some of the things that are more important to how the show operates. So to kick things off, you know what? Let me do a refresh here. Again, this is going to be interesting, doing admin stuff and trying to thank everybody and hitting the jingle board and all of it at the same time. And by the way, for anybody who is wondering, I have this little workstation here. I have a couple computers working. So I have two keyboards and two mouses to run the show. And I also have a jingle board, a stream deck that's been part of the setup. And it's pretty elaborate, folks. That's all I'll say. It's an elaborate setup. that is the workflow has not been perfected yet. And it's always changing because there's more gear or less gear or changing gear. And we're in hiatus because we got to get Basil situated with some new gear that we've gotten, but we haven't implemented. So anyway, I've rambled long enough. We're going to thank some producers, starting with the executive producer of episode 481.
Executive producers.
Our executive producer for this show today is Brandon C. Thank you very much, Brandon C. He sent in 187.96. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Where'd you find this?
I didn't see a note. And by the way, let me just say at the top here as well, if I mess something up, which is entirely possible because of the solo situation today, just send us a quick note and we'll make it right on Monday. So there you go. All right. So yes, Brandon C., thank you very much for your producership, or your executive producership. Can't thank you enough. We're really grateful for that. And again, didn't see a note. I don't think. Let me double check. But yeah, I don't think there was. Oh boy. All right. Okay. Well, there you go. Thank you very much, Brandon C. Supply drop. Sorry that started off so quiet. Go to CanaryCry.Supply.com. You can sign up monthly for $33.33 or more, and you will be airdropped or supply dropped a box full of items each quarter as a thank you for subscribing to the show. And this is one of those things that me personally, I signed off on the idea. I obviously thought it was a great opportunity, but producer Isaac and also Basil, and there's a team of people behind the scenes who have made this happen, and I'm blown away. I am just absolutely blown away at the quality of the items and just organizing the whole operation. It's quite remarkable. So thank you to all the producers that contributed on the back end there. But if you do sign up, in this last supply drop, I think the coolest things are the non-GMO seeds, the CanaryCry seeds that came in little packets, and that's a very cool item that was part of it. And also the CCNT Department of Multiverse Operations Field Manual. There's some pretty deep stuff there that I can't even articulate properly because I haven't been part of the discussion to put this all together. But I know that we're doing some real life games where things are said on air that will correspond to things that are part of the breaking of the code. So yes, you will get that Code Breakers Codex. And I think that is ongoing for people who sign up now, if I'm not mistaken, with the promotion. So I hope I got that right. But anyway, we don't have any new supply droppers today, but I did want to say thank you to all the supply droppers out there. Appreciate it. And once again, the NFTs are pretty much ready to go. I've been meaning to contact somebody who wants to sit through the tutorial that I got set up, preferably somebody who's already a producer, but also doesn't know anything about crypto. I would like somebody who doesn't know anything about Bitcoin or Ethereum to sit through this just to see if it's helpful and operational, if they can actually get an Ethereum wallet set up, which should be possible. So there you go, CanaryCry.Supply.com. Waiting for supply drop. Okay, well, we have more producers to thank, and this is where the show might, well, not fall apart, but get a little more messy because we got a few more people who came in after the show started or around the time the show started. So I want to make sure I catch all those people here. It's a nice little handful. And let me see here. We're going to start things off with Deborah S. Thank you, Deborah S. Came in with $26.25. I did not see a note, but once again, it's entirely possible that I missed it because this has been trying to frantically put together an episode solo. I realized quickly the things that Basil does in the prep part of the show that I haven't done in a while, or I don't do, and so it's I could miss some things. So again, just message us if we miss something, and then we will catch up and make it right on the next episode. But thank you very much, Deborah S. Next up, we have Morv. Morv, who is on an 87 episode streak. Came in with 1111. Says, happy Friday, family.
It's Friday.
There you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing.
Hope everyone has a great weekend. Thank you very much, Morv. Appreciate it. Good to see ya. Thank you very much for the producership. Next, we have Isaac G. Came in. Oh, this is going to be all out of order, but it's okay. He came in with $7.98 plus fees, which happens to be 77 cents, which was $8.81 coming in. Isaac G, thank you very much. Didn't see a note, but yeah, thank you, Isaac. Okay, hold on. Here we go. This is on the fly, a little audible, making it work. Hopefully if you guys have this is the one problem, a little under the hood inside baseball. A lot of times when people come in with their PayPal, we don't have the immediate name or title of that person. So sometimes we miss the fact that, they're a dame or a knight or something like that. I don't want to do that. So let me just double check here. But okay, we got one from James M. Thank you very much, James M. Came in with 1111. And he does have a note. Says, love you guys. Thank you. Well, thank you, James M. Appreciate it. Very nice. All right. So, James M there. Thank you. Next up, we've got... Liz M. Liz M comes in with $33.88. Illuminatus! And I don't see a note from Liz M either. And again, I could be totally missing it. Let me double check. There's just so many places to check and look. And let's see. Okay. Nope, I don't think there's a note from Liz M. Yeah, no note from Liz M, but thank you very much, Liz M. Appreciate it. Appreciate the producership. Just make sure I get you in here. And by the way, if you're a producer, this is something that you can put on your resume. I don't think we push that part of this whole thing enough. Is that this is it's not just like a cute title. It's an official thing. You can put it on your CV and say like, hey, I'm producer of Canary Cry News Talk episode 481, or multiple episodes, or you can just put producer of Canary Cry News Talk. But yeah, it's an official thing. This is how Hollywood has operated for many years. So. Not that we want to try to operate like Hollywood. I'm just saying, the title producer and how, that operated in the entertainment industry, which, we're quasi entertainment industry. If you're talking about podcasts, it's sort of the independent spinoff when it comes to the internet age of what all that was. So apply some of the thinking going on. But anyway, thank you very much, Liz M. Appreciate it. And hopefully you didn't have a note because I cannot find one. Next up, we have Cloud Suriel. Thank you, Cloud Suriel. I think Cloud Suriel might be on a streak, but I don't know for sure. Coming in with 777 plus, or no, 777 with fees. He does have a note. She does have a note. Since my Dogecoin contribution lost my last note somewhere on the blockchain, I'll leave another one. I simply mentioned a May the 4th blessing with the love of Jesus Christ. I also wanted a lint trap jingle sample. Okay. And it says here to hit it, Gonz.
Can I tell you a sort of a twisted pleasure that I have?
It's okay. No.
Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap. Clearing out that lint trap.
It takes time.
Oh, see, that was real time. All right, there you go, Cloud Surreal. Which okay, you're a guy. Awesome. Thank you very much, Cloud Surreal. Appreciate it. Yeah. So let me double check the streak part, because that's the part that I want to make sure. If I think I don't see you on the list from last episode, but that doesn't mean you didn't come in last episode, because this is a list that is old, and sometimes old lists don't help. Okay. All right. Well, if you were on a streak, Cloud Suriel, we will credit you properly on the next episode. So thank you very much, Cloud Suriel. Appreciate it. Next. Oh boy, this is really out of order now. This is really. All right, we got one from LX Protocol V2. He came in with 777 plus fees and a note, sort of. It says Friday.
It's Friday.
There you go. We can keep playing with the Friday thing.
Thank you. Well, thank you, LX Protocol V2. Appreciate it. Oh, LX Protocol V2 is definitely on a streak. Let me find what streak is on. Where's my stall? Here's my stall. Stall for 5 seconds. There you go. Some of that stuff does come in handy. Let's see, where am I? 28 episodes in a row, LX Protocol V2. There you go. Let's see, 20, what did I say? 28 episodes. Document that. Okay, who is next? Okay. Oh no, that's already done. Did that? Is that it? I think that might be it for producers coming in before the cutoff of $7.77, which entitles you to have a note read. And we do have some others who came in under 777. And that includes Jackie U. Thank you, Jackie U, who is on a 57 episode streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
Women do rule. Next, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, who is on a 142 episode streak.
Yes, they call him the street. Fastest thing on 2 feet.
Yeah, Sir Scott, Knight of Truth is the streak, but he is shadowing the original The Streak, with Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, who comes in with his 152nd episode supporting the show in a row. What a streak.
Well, yes, they call him the street. Fastest thing on 2 feet.
Thank you, Sir KC, the Shield Knight. Next, we got the Streak Sisters. We have Gail M. 117 episodes in a row. Where is it?
Yeah, she's on.
Nope. Well, I got to play that too. But hold on. 100 episodes in a row.
Tweakers. Oh, yeah! Man, thank you so much.
She's on the street.
Wait, that's not it. What's going on? 117. Here we go. What? No. Okay. Well. All right. Let me try that again. Here we go.
Tweakers. Oh, yeah! Man, thank you so much.
There we go. Okay. And the other Streak sister, Veronica D. Thank you very much. 117 episodes in a row.
Tweakers. Oh, yeah!
All right. And we also got Rung Smash in there. Thank you, Rung Smash. 32 episodes in a row. And we also have... Oh, hold on. I forgot the... Okay. There's one more, but I cannot find... This individual goes by a different name, not their actual name. So I'm trying to remember what it was, and so I'm trying to look for it. Not having any luck right now. Or having any. Oh man. It's one of those things. I know the name. It's just not coming to me. I feel bad. Let's see. Hold on. Let me check this other spot here. Okay. Hold on. You know what? I'm going to play a song because I want to make sure I get this right. I'm going to play a track and then we'll we'll be back. I'll be back in a moment. Here's let's see. Here's some Jonathan F. Well, we don't play this much. So Sunday, there was a Sunday. We did a Sunday episode, and oh no, this is too short. No, never mind. We need something longer. Hold on. All right, let's do. Okay. Oh my gosh, the show is falling apart, folks. All right, here's a little Psalm 40, and then let me try to find this, and I'll be back.
While I have made every effort to write about our salvation, I felt the necessity to encourage you to earnestly strive for the faith that was delivered to us once and for all. Certain people have crept in unnoticed, those who were ordained long ago for this very condemnation, wicked people who pervert the grace of our God, and they turn to sensuality. They refuse the offer of our only Master and Lord, Jesus Christ. Now, I want to remind you that after our Lord rescued his people from the land of Egypt, he destroyed those who did not believe, and the angels who did not keep their first estate, but abandoned their proper dwelling, he has kept in eternal chains until the great day of...
All right, got it. Okay, I'm glad I did, because I knew this person was important. Important to name correctly for the producership. So, this was from Sir James Knight and Servant of the Line of Judah. There you go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Oh, okay. Here we go. I feel better now. I feel good that I was able to do that, because it's. And I think is he on a streak? Okay, that's the other part that I got to check real quick. Double check. I guess I can go back to that song. Pretty good. Yes, 80. Oh, hold on. Let me get it correct. 85th episode in a row. Whew, we got there. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Okay. What do we do now? That's it. That's all the producers for this episode 481. Brain is doing the scattery thing. But yeah, thank you very much for your patronage.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage.
Please leave a message after the tone.
At the tone, please record your message.
Leave a message. Beep.
Message. Got a couple from one from Rochelle. Oh, you know what? Let me, before I do, go to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com or any of the Canary Cry links. Most of them anyway. The ones that lead to CanaryCry.Newstalk.com/something. You, anywhere you go on that website, if you go to the right side or sometimes on the bottom, if you're on mobile, there's a green tab. Hit that green tab and it'll launch a little recorder thing that you can either upload or record a message, and you can send it to us. And we've gotten messages from all kinds of people, from Mr. T to Paulie the Gambino and others. So go ahead and do that if you are compelled to share a report or give us some feedback on something, or if you have some question that you're really wanting to ask or something like that. Go ahead and use that on any website or I'm sorry, any website, any page on the CanaryCryNewsTalk.com website. All right, this first one here is from Rochelle.
Happy Friday. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Thank you, Psalm 40, for inspiring me to look up Psalm 40 and read several versions of it. This is what came out. Patiently I waited, my spirit had faded. Lord pulled me out of muddy mire. I set my feet on solid ground and steadied me. Now I sing out loud. Someone will see what he's done to me and put their trust, knowing he's just. I try to list all your wonderful deeds. You don't want burnt offerings. My heart beats for the great I am. My joy, your will, this I understand. Your good news I speak about. Saving power, do not doubt. Unfailing love and faithfulness. Rescue me from my mess. And those lost in desperation shout now in celebration to the Lord of salvation. Amen.
Thank you very much, Rochelle. Another lovely message there. And it's very nice. It's actually very soothing every time with a little break. You get to have a drink and just reflect. So thank you very much, Rochelle. Appreciate it. And speaking of Psalm 40, this next message is from Psalm 40.
Hey, everybody. Since our prolific storyteller is absent, I'd like to share a story of my own. The first memory I have as a human being, I was under 3 years and my dad had a bike with a child seat on the back. We were riding down a road with large oak trees on either side. The branches hung over the road like an archway. I remember looking up and seeing several people hanging from the trees. It was so vivid. I can still remember what their clothes looked like. Because of this and several other experiences like it throughout my life, I became convinced that I, as an individual, was haunted. But that's a story for another time. What's your first memory as a human being, Gonzo? And Rochelle, hit me up on the dot community or the Discord. I'd love to chat.
All right. Thank you very much, Psalm 40. Okay. Quite a bit there. So he saw people hanging like around the neck, dead, or they're hanging out like they're pretending to be monkeys or something. I'm assuming because of the trauma and the thinking he's haunted, it's the former, that maybe he saw some people hanging from the tree. Wow, I don't know where your dad is riding his bike around, man. So interesting. Yeah, it's interesting how all of our memories shape who we are. You know, it's very fascinating, and you know, we all have things we go through and stuff, and a lot of times, you know, you reflect on your life and you think back to things that you may not have even thought about or have been buried. You know, some kind of light trauma or something usually pretty bad that happens. That gets, you know, it doesn't really manifest right away, but then in your behaviors later in life, and then you analyze and you're like, oh, that's why I have those, you know, thought patterns or that habit or whatever it might be. So it's always interesting to reflect back. But in terms of my earliest memory, you know, that's really an interesting question, because I feel like I've constructed in my own mind sort of a memory of seeing like parents, you know, there is one memory I have of crying really, really hard and protesting very adamantly about being left in the crib. So I think it was, must have been, I don't know, 3 or 2, something like that. And I recall being left in the crib, and I remember seeing my parents walk out of the room and close the door, and I just threw a fit and cried, and I kind of remember that. And I think there's I don't know, maybe other parents out there know about this, but there is a philosophy of like, oh, there's a certain point where you have to let the kid cry and soothe themselves. Like they have to learn to soothe themselves instead of, you know, just always being soothed by a parent or something. And the claim is that's that was that, you know, like that was your moment. Like couldn't soothe you anymore, so he just let you cry. So maybe that's what it was. But for me, I kind of I remember that. I remember being upset, being angry, being helpless. And yeah, you know, it's just kind of interesting how some of those things, you know, shape your personality and stuff. You know, it's just fascinating, all of this stuff. And you know, it's a good reminder that that through it all, you are experiencing things in life and everything in real time, but God has already seen everything. You know, it's like nothing is surprising to him. It's like, yeah, you're going to make that mistake here, and you know, you're going to go through a little period where you figure it out here, but then you stumble here. You know, he's got it all figured out. So we can kind of just lean to him, trust him, and know that, yeah, we might have some bad memories or things that are less than favorable and shaping our personalities or whatever it might be. But that it'll be okay, you know, and that's sort of the whole thing with the gospel and the biblical message, which is that, you know, this physical restoration part that doesn't get discussed enough, is that, you know, we're going to be given back, or given new bodies that are indestructible, immortal, you know, the way we were intended to be. And it's just kind of understood that, like, hey, we're going to fall short of that, this side of the resurrection. So, all right. So yeah, thank you for that message, Psalm 40. And, yeah, you Rochelle and Psalm 40 should meet up in Discord or any other social media thing that we've put together. CanaryCry.Party is also available for anybody who wants to do social media outside of third-party platforms. Okay, there you go. I think that is it for messages. Messages. Yep, and this is normally when we say bye to YouTube, but YouTube said bye to us, so we don't need to do that. But we do need to wake up.
Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Dun, 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 dun. COVID time. COVID time. Corona time. Corona.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. 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 Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus.
Vaccine. Number one way.
Yeah, so I know everybody has COVID fatigue. Get it? I don't know. Yeah, I'm tired of reading about COVID, talking about COVID, but that's the period when everybody stops paying attention when stuff like this gets published. Vice headline: CDC tracked millions of phones to see if Americans followed COVID lockdown orders. What? I thought that was a conspiracy theory. I thought that's the kind of stuff that the crazy people say, that CDC be tracking people. I guess not. I guess we're people that said that were right. But it doesn't matter. No one's paying attention right now. Everyone's freaking out about the leak. Let's see what it says here. Again, this is on Vice. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, bought access to location data harvested from tens of millions of phones in the United States to perform analysis of compliance with curfews. Wow. That is... They purchased it to perform analysis of compliance with curfews. Track patterns of people visiting K through 12 schools and specifically monitor the effectiveness of policy in the Navajo Nation. Oh my gosh, this is like racist too? Talk about the colonialists. The progressives always complain about the colonialists and the white man and all this stuff. The CDC tracking people specifically in the Navajo Nation, according to CDC documents obtained by Motherboard. The documents also show that although the CDC used COVID-19 as a reason to buy access to the data more quickly, it intended to use it for more general CDC purposes. Again, duh. Come on, Vice. But once again, this goes to show you the shifting of the tides. The CERN flipping on, the things changing. Vice is like, yeah, man. They targeted people. They bought the data to track people, especially the Navajo. That's messed up. Okay. Location data is information on a device's location sourced from the phone, which can then show where a person lives, works, and where they went. The sort of data the CDC bought was aggregated, meaning it was designed to follow trends that emerge from the movements of people of groups. But researchers have repeatedly raised concerns with how location data can be de-anonymized and used to track specific people. The document reveal the expansive plan the CDC had last year to use location data from a highly controversial data broker, SafeGraph. The company, the CDC, paid $420,000 for access to 1 year of data, includes Peter Thiel and the former head of Saudi intelligence among its investors. Okay. Couple things to point out. First off, have you ever heard of SafeGraph? I haven't before. I mean, maybe I've, it kind of rings a bell a little bit, but not really. I'm not paying attention enough to know the names of these companies by name. But the CDC paid them $420,000, which you got your 420 right there, which has its own sort of signaling to a certain group of people, right? The Elon side of the aisle, who's coming into power right now. They're flexing, right? It includes Peter Thiel, who was a partner with Elon Musk to start PayPal. And then you got your Saudi intelligence money, or intelligence, or former head of Saudi intelligence. So there you go. And then Peter Thiel, a few weeks ago saying, oh, we got to stop this gerontocracy, the old people ruling. So his mission isn't really against any color or anything like that. It's just against the old people, the Warren Buffetts. They need to move on. They talk negative about Bitcoin. They're old timers. So anyway, that's the group being tapped into, the data supply being tapped into by the CDC. The CDC used the data for monitoring curfews, with the documents saying that SafeGraph's data, quote, has been critical for ongoing response efforts such as hourly monitoring of activity in curfew zones or detailed counts of visits to participating pharmacies for vaccine monitoring. The document dates from 2021. I wonder, this opens up a whole can of worms in terms of, like, if we're really looking at this objectively, or at least in this country from a constitutional perspective, if this data was used to arrest people or do anything like that, it would be very interesting to find out, if at all, anywhere at all, is there any evidence out there that something that happened that, we maybe heard about in a story or something that seemed interesting or off or whatever had to do with data that was retrieved from this access point. Man, that just opens up a whole set of possibilities of more of what we can learn here. Zach Edwards, a cybersecurity researcher who closely follows the data marketplace, told Motherboard in an online chat after reviewing the documents, quote, the CDC seems to have purposely created an open-ended list of use cases, which included monitoring curfews, neighbor-to-neighbor visits, visits to churches, schools, and pharmacies, and also a variety of analysis with this data specifically focused on violence. The document doesn't stop at churches. It mentions places of worship. Motherboard obtained the documents through a FOIA request with the CDC. The documents contain a long list of what the CDC describes as 21 different potential CDC use cases for data. They include track patterns of those visiting K-12 schools by the school and compare to 2019, compare with Epimetrics, its environmental performance index if possible, examination of the correlation of mobility patterns, data and rise in COVID-19 cases, movement restrictions, border closures, interregional and night curfews to show compliance, examination of the effectiveness of public policy on the Navajo Nation. Oh my gosh. The fact that that this is coming out now means that stuff like this, like effectiveness of public policy, I bet you the data reveals how dismally low stuff like that was when it comes to this data. And maybe that's part of the reason why they haven't been too transparent about this aspect of it as well, where maybe the data does really show, in hindsight, of course, all the time, that not only was there, judicial or not judicial, but just, governmental overstep at every level, but, certain abuses or potential abuses of, just having access to this kind of information, which, they themselves, the CDC, that is, seem to be justifying by creating all these different kind of use cases for the data. It's like, oh, we paid $420,000 on the data. We got to be able to use it for more than just one reason, right? Right? Yeah, that makes sense. At the start of the pandemic, cell phone location data was seen as a potentially useful tool. Multiple media organizations, including the New York Times, used location data provided by companies in the industry to show where people were traveling to once lockdowns started to lift, or highlight that poorer communities were unable to shelter in place as much as richer ones. See, that's the kind of stuff you got to lean into. Then that means like the actual stuff that mattered didn't do what they said they would do. But that's not surprising. COVID-19 pandemic as a whole has been a flashpoint in a broader culture war, with conservatives and anti-vaccine groups protesting government mask and vaccine mandates. They've also expressed a specific paranoia. Okay, paranoia is a pretty strong word that can be applied to all sides of the aisle, especially the opposite side of what they're describing. They've also expressed, a specific paranoia that vaccine passports would be used as a tracking or surveillance tool, framing vaccine refusal as a civil liberties issue. Yeah. Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s Children's Health Defense, one of the more influential and moneyed anti-vaccine groups in the U.S., has promoted... I don't think they're an anti-vaccine group, are they? I guess that's how they're labeled. Has promoted fears that digital vaccine certificates could be used to surveil citizens. QAnon promoter Dustin Nemos wrote on Telegram and this stuff, we know about this. How is it relevant, Vice, to this whole thing about the paranoia? That's not what they're saying is not paranoia. All right. It's more, it's interesting. It's still a Vice, that double speak type thing where they're the ones issuing paranoia about all conservatives and anti-vaccine groups, yet they are labeling the people that are allegedly saying those things as the ones that are, riling in paranoia. Against that inflamed backdrop, the use of cell phone location data for such a wide variety of tracking measures, even if effective for becoming better informed on the pandemic spread for its, even if effective for becoming better informed on the pandemic's spread or for informing policy, is likely to be controversial. It's also likely to give anti-vaccine groups a real-world data point on which to pin their darkest warnings. That is a line of the day, Vice. It's funny. It's like, well, we can't have... We're going to give the anti-vaccine groups facts that they will pin on their message. We can't do that. We must shut them down. All right. The procurement documents say that, quote, this is an urgent COVID-19 procurement request, PR, and asks for the purchase to be expedited, but some of the use cases are not explicitly linked to the COVID-19 pandemic. One reads research points of interest for physical activity and chronic disease prevention, such as visits to parks, gyms, or weight management businesses. Another section of the document elaborates on the location data's use for non-COVID-19 related programs. Quote, CDC also plans to use mobility data and services acquired through this acquisition to support non-COVID-19 programmatic area. They say it right there. No, they're going to collect it for non-COVID-19 programmatic areas. Ugh. And health and public health priorities across the agency, including but not limited to travel to parks and green spaces, physical activity, and modes of travel, and population migration before, during, and after natural disasters. Yes, we will keep track of all those peons and where they move, and we shall herd them to locations where we deem them fit to be. Quote, the mobility data obtained under this contract will be available for CDC agency-wide use and will support numerous CDC priorities. The CDC did not respond to multiple emails requesting comment on which use cases it deployed SafeGraph data for. SafeGraph is part of the ballooning location industry, and SafeGraph has previously shared datasets containing 18 million cell phones from the United States. Okay, thanks, Peter Thiel, and your war against the old people. You're mad at them because they don't have data before like 1985 or something. That's probably why he's so upset. Hey, down with those old people. We don't know what they were up to before 86. What were you doing? What were you doing in that room? Oh, man. Generally, companies in the industry ask or pay app developers to include location data gathering code in their apps. The location data then funnels up to companies that may resell the raw location data outright or package it into other products. See, this is at the heart of, again, the value for value model, folks. You know, if we wanted to, we can just collect all the data that we'd receive from all of you peons who listen to the show, and we can sell it to advertisers. This does not feel right. It feels gross, actually, to do that. So we're not going to do it. Let's see. Let's talk about... Okay, the CDC documents show that the agency bought access to SafeGraph's, quote, U.S. core place data, quote, weekly patterns data, and, quote, neighborhood patterns data. That last product includes information such as home dwelling time and is aggregated by state and census block. Man, wow. I mean, think about on the back end, you know, in the SafeGraphs, I don't know, not just boardroom, but their laboratory or whatever, their computer lab, where they're like, all right, look at all this data here. Like, let's gather it up, and, you know, we can package it for these peons like CDC who can use the data for our surveillance apparatus. But let's make some money in the process here. You know, we see here that these phones were in their house, and we can just kind of measure how long they were in their house. And we'll call that neighborhood patterns data, you know, packages as a product, you know. And then we can have this other thing about weekly patterns, and we can have this other thing about core place data. It's all money-making scheme. Couldn't you just hand them over the data? No, it's got to be packaged and get a deal. Buy 3 and get a 5% discount, you know. Quote, SafeGraph offers visitor data at the census block group level that allows for extremely accurate insights related to age, gender, race, citizenship status, income, and more. One of the CDC documents reads. Wow. If that doesn't convince you that we are all being used in a massive social engineering experiment, I don't know what will. If you're a normie, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, there's publishing documents telling you that they're collecting data on our behavior, on our movement, and they're parsing it out based on our age, our gender, our race, our citizenship status, our income, things that should be private, things that shouldn't matter to government institutions. But they're here to help humanity. But we're here, we want to make sure nobody dies from the COVID. And we're here to help you. Just give us the data. Sell it to us. Sorry, I'm looking for a jingle or an ISO. This one here.
They all want to share their data.
Equally creepy. Or more creepy than what I was doing there, and I was trying to be creepy. Joe's not trying to be creepy.
They all want to share their data.
And it's like 50 times creepier than anything I can conjure up. All right. Well, there you go. There's your story. There's more to this article, but I think we get it. SafeGraph didn't respond to Vice. Good try, Vice. Keep it up. Keep it up, Vice. Fight for the people. That's kind of how they started. You know, wasn't Vice kind of like your indie type of view on things? And then they got, see, again, just keep track of how the money is flowing, where capital goes, and who it comes from shapes the message, you know? So, yeah, there you go. There's that. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did have some screenshots of, from the last couple years that, you know, again, sort of the difference in pre-CERN and post-CERN, as we will call it on this show. CERN 22, maybe. Pre-CERN 22, we had headlines like this. Verify. No, your phone isn't automatically tracking you for COVID-19 tracing. Keyword being automatically. No, not automatically happening. It's manually happening because people are paying for that information. So, yeah, it's not automatic. It's manual. And then this one from PolitiFact. No, the government doesn't use a national ID to track you after receiving COVID-19 vaccine. Again, no, they're not using information to track you. Come on. That was from Politico from April 2021, so a little over a year ago. And then Nature here, March 2022, not that long ago, a couple months ago. Yeah, this is a little different, but it's just funny. You know, a couple articles about, no, they're not really tracking anything in the Nature in 2022. Hey, when did CERN start? When was the CERN firing up? Hold on, CERN. Because this article was March 23rd. This would, at the very least, it does. Okay, so April was the starting up of the Large Hadron Collider, I think, or maybe. Let me just double check that information. Well, anyway, it's close enough. It doesn't matter because the headline from Nature here was, "This is no time to stop tracking COVID-19." So, you know, no, we're not tracking you. No, we're not tracking. No, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous to conspiracy theorist to suggest you're tracking something to all of a sudden, we can't stop tracking it now. We got to track it. And then CDC. Oh, yeah, we bought a lot of tracking data. In fact, we spent almost $500,000 to access some data about where you've been and what you're doing and where you are and how old you are and how much money you make and what you do every day. And yeah, you know, just really, really private information. Oh, man. All right. We got one more COVID thing here real quick. And it's from Newsweek. And the headline here is, "What Pfizer documents released reveals." Ooh, Newsweek giving us the inside scoop, which is good. This is I haven't been keeping up with all of the latest when it comes to the Pfizer documents. And what I mean by that is, you know, part of the whole thing that's developed here in the last year or so is that first, you know, Pfizer said, hey, it's going to take 75 years to release these documents because, you know, it takes us a long time to read stuff. You know, we got to go word by word, page by page. You know, it just takes a long time to put it together. So, you know, 75 years. And then the judge was like, next week, you shall start releasing documents. And Pfizer was like, okay. So they start releasing these documents, and we've been tracking a little bit of what they've released, but I haven't done sort of the most recent stuff, and I don't know how much is out there. You know, people are distracted from this topic as well because of the leak this week, but of course Ukraine, and you know, people get stirred up about all the things that are center stage, and this is not center stage, obviously, at the moment. So, but nevertheless, Newsweek needs to do some cleanup, and let's see what they say here. Let me take a drink real quick, and then we'll dive right in. Okay, misleading claims. Oh boy, suggesting that more than 1,200 people died after suffering adverse reactions to Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine have once again been spread on social media. All right, so you're saying old news is spreading again on social media. Aren't things constantly spreading around on social media? Isn't that what social media is? Is this ideas spreading around? Okay. The phrase Pfizer documents became a top trending topic on Twitter, thanks in part to a tweet posted by Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who previously had personal Twitter account permanently suspended for quote-unquote repeated violations of the social media site's COVID-19 misinformation policy. In her tweet, Greene shared a screenshot of a document released by the Food and Drug Administration, which she took as meaning that 1,223 people died during Pfizer's post-authorization adverse events report. A number of other conservative figures also posted why they are skeptical about the safety of the vaccine with the Pfizer documents hashtag. Oh, you mean people had real data? Like we saw from that last article there. People might get real data to base their arguments from. In her tweet, that's a screenshot there. While the report discussed adverse reactions to the vaccine in a 90-day period, and the figures are genuine, the pharmaceutical company has said the documents do not link the vaccine as being responsible for the people's deaths. The report states that of the billions of vaccines shipped worldwide between December 1st, 2020 and February 28th, 2021, there were 42,086 reported reactions. These included those who fully had recovered or are recovering from COVID, those who recovered but were still experiencing some symptoms, those not recovering at the time of the report, and the 1,223 who are listed as fatal. They did. The 1,223 fatalities listed in the report are among 158,893 adverse effects reported from health officials from across the world. I'm assuming in that same time window. But yeah, that's my guess. The cause of each fatality is not verified and therefore may also include those who had, quote, various illnesses such as cancer or cardiovascular disease, Pfizer spokesman Dervilla Keene told AFP. Oh, you mean the what was it called? I've made room for other things in my brain, but I can remember what it's called. Just give me a moment to get my brain fired up here. Go into that file. It was the other things that would cause issues with COVID. It had an M in there. Come on, brain. You can do it, brain. Make it happen. And by brain, I mean chat. Come on, chat. Chat, help me out here. I know you guys are here. And Twitch. What am I trying to think of? What's the word? It's the word that describes the other things, not flatten the curve. It's the stuff that the other symptoms or other things people had, not myocarditis, although that is one of them. Comorbidities. There you go. 122 go to. Thank you very much. Yes, comorbidities. So Pfizer spokeswoman Dervilla Keene is leaning on comorbidities as the argument for the 1,223 fatalities. Convenient, to really point that out as a reason to not be concerned about these 1,223 deaths during that period. Elsewhere in the so-called Pfizer documents being misinterpreted online. Okay, so I guess that's the misinterpretation, is that they died from other things. That's the same argument being used to say that less people died from COVID than is reported. That's the big thing here. It's like, okay, let's apply your logic right here to all COVID or all deaths labeled COVID death that we have in this country. How come we can't get a clear understanding of what that is? Or maybe we do. I don't know. I haven't been digging around on all this stuff recently because, it's everybody's burnt out from it. But seriously, this is, if you are taking at it at face value, to say that, they had other various illnesses, they had cancer, they had cardiovascular disease, they had all. Yeah. That's the whole thing with the COVID death count was we were being told that this COVID thing was spreading and it was just killing everybody. But that's not what was going on. But you guys already know this. Ranting of an old man. getting mad. Elsewhere in the so-called Pfizer documents being misinterpreted online, the report concluded that the data does not reveal, quote, any novel safety concerns or risks requiring label changes and supports a favorable benefit risk profile for the vaccine. The vaccine adverse events report system VAERS. So hold on. Before we move on, they're basically saying that the Pfizer document itself says that, it's not enough to, change labels on it or anything else. There's nothing, we conclude with a favorable benefit risk profile. So All right, it's going to be used for better than worse, so roll it out. Print billions of them and start injecting people. The Vaccine Adverse Events Reporting System, VAERS, which is operated by the FDA and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, tracks reports of adverse issues related to the vaccine. Yes, we know that. Why are you... MSN. What is this? Who was it again? Newsweek. Yeah, Newsweek. Not fond of you, Newsweek. Officials are tasked with reviewing post-vaccine deaths, even if, quote, it's unclear whether the vaccine was the cause. Spokesperson for the FDA told Reuters. Replace vaccine with the word COVID. And we have the exact same arguments being used in one situation, but not in the other. Quote, in fact, reviews by FDA and CDC have determined that the vast majority of the deaths reported are not directly attributable to the vaccine. Oh, reviews by the FDA and CDC. Oh, man, this stuff gives me a headache. It's so ridiculous. You know, it's as if, I don't know, an analogy that I can think of, you know, if you're in a company or something and you know that something bad happened or something, and you try to get like somebody else involved or law enforcement involved or something. And then the company's, you know, the person responsible, let's say he's like the CEO's son or something, is responsible for something horrific. And the company coming out with a letter saying like, we investigated and found no issue with the son. He did not do anything wrong or unethical or anything illegal, more importantly. And the report gets out there and the police read the report and they're like, well, you know, these guys did an investigation and they didn't find anything. So that's how cover-ups happen. You know what I mean? So, yeah, no, this does not fly. Additional trials and research have also made links between the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine and fatalities. Additional trials and research have also made links between Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine and fatalities. Okay, so all right, that's a pro-anti-vaccine statement. Interesting. Responding to the false claims circulating on social media, Irish cancer researcher Dr. David Robert Grimes, any relation to Grimes, tweeted, quote, why is Pfizer trending? Short version, because a bunch of conspiratorial half-twits with all the scientific statistical acumen of a particularly inept hamster are yet again incapable of understanding A, what passive reporting is, and B, basic fractions. I like smart people meltdowns because they're kind of articulate about their meltdowns. That accolade also goes for the collective clown shoes who crafted the hashtag Pfizer documents to showcase their absolute inability to parse technical documentation or trial data, Grimes added. Sure, why do we even need scientists when we have conspiracy theorists on the internet, eh? Oh, man. These guys are great. I love it. In December, the British independent fact-checking organization Full Fact. Hey, Full Fact said it's true, so it must be true. Full Fact also debunked claims that Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine has a 1 in 17 mortality rate based on misinterpreted data from the Pfizer documents. A number of people on social media arrived at the figure after noting that 21,002 people had recovered to some extent after taking the vaccine. When you add the 1,223 fatalities, you get a total of 21,325. Yes, that is how math works. Newsweek. As 1223. Oh, yeah, by the way, that is 322 backwards, isn't it? 1, 2, 2, 3. Backwards. 3, 2, 2. 1. Interesting. As 1223 is around 6% of the 21,325 people wrongly interpreted the data to mean you have around a 1 in 17 chance of dying after taking the vaccine. Full Fact ruled the claim is false, as the data does not mean that 1 in 17 people who received the Pfizer vaccine died shortly afterward, as was being claimed. You know, again, they always straw man the claim. I don't think this, the 1 in 17, so 6%. All right. Well, there's 1 in 7. All right. Okay. I don't know. Whatever. You know what? It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. The point is, anybody who's saying that the Pfizer documents say anything more than everything was perfectly fine and everything was quite dandy, then you are a conspiracy theorist and you must be put in jail and you must be surveilled, every molecule. In fact, we will surveil your brain and put on this synchron device here, and we will make sure that you're always in a good mood. That's the one perk. And then, but we will monitor. But we will put you in a bad mood if you do not comply to our demands. But you will, because you will lose your will when we plug this thing in your brain. Always goes to brain hacking on this episode for some reason. And speaking of brain hacking, let's take a break.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
It's starting to lose it, folks. It's starting to decline. The brain power, the brain juice is running out, running thin. We've got to scrape the bottom of the well to finish out the show, which I need that extra boost because, man, the last segment of the show today with Antarctica is just chock. I mean, this is one thing. I am very sad that Basil's not here for this one because, man, there's just a plethora, a treasure trove of things to discuss. But this is our second break where we thank our producers who come in with their talent. We consider Canary Cry News Talk to be a place of therapeutic reflection of our troubling world, and we encourage people to help the community of Canarians process all of this madness, as I was talking about earlier, about how, you either laugh or cry about it, and or you get really angry, which at a certain point breaks you and you start crying. So either way, you're going to cry, or you can laugh, or both, usually both. But yes, yeah, we encourage people who have a talent, and you need the time too, but especially the talent to draw pictures, create any kind of art or music. We encourage people to do that because, it helps build the culture here, and it helps us process together as a community the madness that is at hand. And to start things off, we're going to thank somebody, or what we usually do is thank people who come in with their audio production.
Audio production.
Yes, and we have a note from this individual who has his own jingle.
22nd century Bagman.
It is Learbag 3K, and he speaks, and he says, "Hey, gang, I'm super behind." Aren't we all? We're all falling behind on the hamster wheel here. That's continuing to move forward. I think I'm still on, Monday's show. Oh, yeah. Yep. That happens. I know, slacking, so someone might have already done this, but knowing my jingle track record, we should have all seen this coming. LOL. Anyway, please gather the producers. Yes, let's call upon the producers. Oh, no. Producer jingle not working. Hold on. Let me, here we go.
Producers, assemble!
All right, producers around the world, get together. We're praying. What are we praying for? We're praying for Learbag 3K here because baby bag boy number 2 is officially on his way. All right. So there you go. Pray for Learbag 3K and also for entire family as bag boy number 2 is coming. He's arriving. Prayers will be needed for the process, of course, but as well as this communicating the glorious 2 under 2 Much love, fam, and God bless. Yeah, 2 under 2. Wow, that is... Yeah, I didn't even think of that as a thing, but that sounds like a thing. The people can have 2 under 2. Whew. Man. But, that the cool thing is that they'll basically live life together. That's I've had friends that are either twins or, are very close in age, 1 or 2 years apart. And yeah, they're always better off, like, socially and stuff, just because there's at least somebody that you can always talk to. Yeah. Coming from myself, I was always like the outcast hanging out in the corner. But no, not that was a bad thing. I think that there's some character building stuff that takes place with that kind of thing. Nowadays they're all trying to force stuff onto people, and I think it messes them up. But either way, prayers for Learbag 3K and whole family. Thank you very much for doing that. And let's check out this piece here. Ill-begotten gains.
Oligarchs. The guys who are the kleptocracies. We're going to seize their yachts. These are bad guys.
It's taking that clip from Biden stuttering, trying to say kleptocracy. And I've seen some takes from people that I respect who said that, yeah, it was someone who suffers from stuttering. That's actually like a legit stuttering moment. It wasn't a brain fart, which entirely possible. And I can understand that sentiment from people who do suffer from like actual stuttering, real life issues with that. But at the same time, man, come on. It's just if your president is having as many brain farts as he's having recently or has had since he's taken office, a lot of it is not being publicized. They're really keeping him out of the mainstream cycle unless he says something that everyone or the system wants people to hear. All his gaffes are being swept under the rug. So when you take that into consideration, that moment when he forgot or couldn't say kleptocracy could be just all part of the decline here, the decline of the cognitive abilities of our 46th president. Still weird that we live in that world. But thank you very much, Learbag 3K. Great jingle there. He has a Psalm 127:3. Lo, children are an heritage of the Lord, and the fruit of the womb is his reward. Amen to that. Very much a blessing, but very much, having little ones. God is sending a message to you through your children for sure, on various levels. Many times it's just putting a mirror up to you. Your sleepless pal, Learbag. Thank you very much, Learbag 3K. And yes, we are all sleepless around here. So join the club, and you will probably be even more sleepless. 2 under 2. That's double the sleeplessness. So yeah, we'll be right there with you. Prayers to your family. Next up, we're going to do some art.
One art, please.
And we're going to start with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation. Oh no, jingle, what happened? Here it is.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And another reason why people should listen to the breaks here and participate in the producership, because we always have content woven into this section, and that's the case today. We have Allie here, Dame Allie, who came in with a news article to accompany the piece, and the article is from, I'm trying to get it open here. Give me a moment. I thought I had it ready to go, but it appears I did not. It's from the New York Post, and the headline is Biden picks Karine Jean-Pierre, or Karen? Maybe it's Karen, but I think it's Karine. Karine Jean-Pierre to replace Jen Psaki as White House press secretary. And there were a couple of highlights from the email. President Biden on Thursday announced that Karine Jean-Pierre will replace Jen Psaki as White House press secretary, becoming the first black and first openly gay person to hold the position. Double gun. Bang, bang. Black and gay. Jean-Pierre, 44, grew up in Queens and will replace Psaki on May 13th. On Friday the 13th, we have the first black gay press secretary, White House press secretary replacing Jen Psaki on Friday the 13th. I don't like the sign. The omen of that is not good. Jean-Pierre was born in the French territory Martinique to Haitian parents. Her partner is CNN journalist Suzanne Malveaux. So we got CNN by relationship in the White House. I think this is newsworthy. Yeah, and so here we have a piece by Dame Allie, a portrait of Karine Jean-Pierre, who will be taking over as White House press secretary on Friday, the 13th of May. And a very good depiction in her usual, in Dame Allie's usual brilliant way. And upon closer examination, yes, we do see the lizard eyes. Yeah, the pupils are more vertical than they ought to be if they are one of human origin. So there you go. Thank you very much, Dame Allie. And yeah, I mean, talk about entering bizarro world. We knew, I mean, I've always felt that apart from the small minority of people that would actually benefit from a institutional gay marriage rights, publicly in the United States, the usefulness of this movement in bringing in more progressive or crazier things, it was always going to be part of it, right? So this is no surprise, and the White House press events are going to be that much more interesting, I'd say, because there's that layer of wokeness just woven in to the individual standing at the podium. So, yep, we will, as just a new character in the NWO game. That is an interesting thing as well for the people who may not know. Basil, in a conversation with one of his podcasts, The Joyspiracy Theory, many years ago, came up with this idea with Derek Gilbert of a New World Order fantasy league. And with the help of some producers, we're making it happen in real time. And so, and we have characters and everything else. The Jen Psaki character just her player card in the game, the stock probably went down because of this news, because she's not going to be in the news cycle as much, or depending on where she lands, actually, it could be a brilliant card. It might be kind of low. The Jen Psaki card might be low right now, but a good time to buy. And nobody wants the Jen Psaki card. Pick it up, and then maybe you later on she pops up somewhere on some major outlet, and you can score major points. So just gamifying the entire experience of the mainstream media here, Canary Cry News Talk. But anyway, Dame Allie, thank you very much. Brilliant piece once again, and thank you for bringing this story to us as well. Next up, we have Sir Dove, Knight of Respeltian. And Sir Dove is one of the people bringing things to life. And let me tell you, he brought something else to life today. It's going to happen today, folks. What am I talking about? Dove has a note here. And it says, peace for today's artwork. I did a flyer/advertisement for another business venture Gonz has in the works. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins. Dove. And what we have here is a promotional piece titled Everyone's Favorite Asian Cabana Boy is Now for Hire. And it's got me, I would say, with the look there. My face is more current with the mustache and the beard. But I would argue my physique is more 2005, 2006, lifting weights daily Gonz physique there. It's not the current situation, although it's inspirational. Let me tell you, it's inspiring, man. I need to dust off some barbells and get back to work, start doing what God put me on this earth to do, which is to lift heavy things and move it. The art piece continues with other things. Book your session today. Call 1-800-BIG-GONZ or visit CanaryCry.Party. Plan starting at $33 an hour, and it's got a picture of me winking, shirtless, but I do have the bow tie around my neck and I have the cuffs around my wrists, but I am shirtless. Bad posture, not very good posture there. And with my right hand, I am handing off what looks like some kind of fruity liquor beverage, or perhaps a martini of some kind. It's got the salt around the lip there of the cup, which means what? I don't know what that means. A martini or I don't know. I don't know the names of those drinks, but it's got the toothpick with the cherry and a strawberry through it. So, hey, it's a celebratory drink there. On my shorts, it says, Basils aren't real. I like that. And then with my left hand, I am handing out chocolate-covered strawberries, which has its own sort of lore here. The Cabana Boy nickname comes from the nickname that my wife, to be, at the time, her and her friend called me the Cabana Boy because we met when I was a swim teacher teaching her daughter, and who became my stepdaughter. And so the joke was that I was the Cabana Boy. And for some reason, it was brought up during the Joyspiracy theory, and I think Basil wanted Basil wants it to stick more than I do, or my wife does. We don't like the association, but Basil's forcing his hand, and then Dove makes the art piece, and hey, the Cabana Boy is born, and there's nothing I can do about it. My likeness enshrined in this state of well-shaped body. But there you go. Thank you very much, Sir Dove. Appreciate it. And again, appreciate the inspiration, as always. All right, so there it is. That's all that we have for the art. We do have a microfiction.
Microfiction. Microfiction.
And it is from Rung Smash. And I know I don't have Basil's movie trailer man voice, but I'll give it a go. Epilogue. In the violent reaction of ice and magma, the Rectenna is destroyed, ending the global transmission. The last movement on the planet is Heather and Russ, leaving behind only the husk of Grace and a pair of Amazarms in an eternal embrace. There you go. The apocalypse has happened, and the Rectenna has been destroyed, and Heather and Russ are the only ones left. I don't know. Repopulate the Earth? Where's this story going, Rung Smash? What is happening? Where's everybody else? What happened? All right, there you go. That's the microfiction from Rung Smash. Appreciate it. Always fun. Always a good time. Okay, let's just dive right back in because we got this Antarctica stuff that I really want to get into. So let's wake up. Thank you all the producers who came in with your talent.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's cold, Basil. It's cold. Antarctica, go burn.
It's a snowstorm. Antarctica. Ice scientists are penguins.
Antarctica, they're opening the abyss.
They are opening the abyss, let me tell you. Phys.org. The headline here, in sediments below Antarctic ice, scientists discover a giant groundwater system. I keep saying this on every episode. I will say it again. My notifications for Antarctica stories has exploded. A lot of it has to do with many of the outlets carrying the same story, either mirrored or they have, they put their own headline on it or whatever. But this story was out there. Another headline of this same story said that, a giant MRI of the ice sheets reveals groundwater system or something. So this is definitely part of what people want us to know. All these discoveries recently. We had the 85,000 earthquakes that happened, 2 years ago or something, or 4 years ago that they're now reporting. And then the island that is newly discovered under the ice that is melting. And now a giant groundwater system discovered. What is going on? Why are they discovering all this stuff in Antarctica all of a sudden? This madness. All right, let's read a little bit of what they say here at phys.org. Many scientists say that liquid water is a key to understanding the behavior of the frozen form found in glaciers. Melt water is known to lubricate their gravelly bases and hasten their march towards the sea. In recent years, researchers in Antarctica have discovered hundreds of interconnected liquid lakes and rivers cradled within the ice itself. And they have imagined thick basins of sediments under the ice, potentially containing the biggest water reservoirs of all. But so far, no one has confirmed the presence of large amounts of liquid water in below ice sediments, nor studied how it might interact with the ice. Now, a team has, for the first time, mapped a huge, actively circulating groundwater system in deep sediments in West Antarctica. They say such systems, probably common in Antarctica, may have as yet unknown implications for how the frozen continent reacts to, or possibly even contributes to, climate change. I couldn't get to the jingle fast enough, but climate change, the 50 different jingles we have of it, and I couldn't get to one. I failed all of you. I should just quit now.
Since the beginning of time, man has yearned to destroy the sun. I will do the next best thing. Block it out.
Climate change. Climate change. Climate change.
Mass extinction.
Climate change.
Scientists said in the last year, or at least all the people that are actually studying Antarctica, they've all come out and said, yeah, all these crazy things are happening, the earthquakes and all this, but there's no connection to climate change. So either the mainstream media completely lies and says that, whatever happened, the earthquakes or the melting ice or all this stuff, it is climate change, or they create studies, do research that reveals something and call it climate change, because they don't say that it is affected by climate change. What they say here is that it's unknown and that it's possibly connected or has contributions from climate change. So again, just leaving the door open for climate change to come on in. Quote, people have hypothesized that there could be deep groundwater in these sediments, but up to now, no one has done any detailed imaging, said the study's lead author, Chloe Gustafson, who did the research as a graduate student at Columbia University Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory. Quote, the amount of groundwater we found was so significant, it likely influences ice stream processes. Now we have to find out more and figure out how to incorporate that into models. Yay, more computer models. Scientists have for decades flown radars and other instruments over the Antarctic ice sheet to image subsurface features. Among many other things, these missions have revealed sedimentary basins sandwiched between ice and bedrock. All right, yada, 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 more stuff about the ice and whatnot. So, okay, what's the big takeaway here? Why is discovering this so important? Let's see. The new study is just a start to addressing these questions. Like what? What kind of questions? Hold on, let me scroll back a little bit. Quote, ultimately, we don't have great constraints on the permeability of the sediments or how fast the water would flow. Would it make a big difference that would generate a runaway reaction, or is groundwater a more minor player in the grand scheme of ice flow? That's Gustafsson asking those questions. Okay, so the new study is just a start to addressing these questions. Quote, the confirmation of the existence of deep groundwater dynamics has transformed our understanding of ice stream behavior and will force modification of subglacial water models. Okay, so it's going to change their computer models. That's all that is? Change the computer model so we can better deceive the public into thinking that everything is caused by climate change. I mean, that's basically what this is. All right, so, okay. But the headline, having Antarctica and the word discovery, they just keep pumping it out and they keep drawing attention to it, which is always interesting. And as I was mentioning earlier, we here at Canary Cry News Talk, I speak for myself, but I think Basil would mostly agree, is that, when we talk about certain topics, Antarctica being one of those topics, we are coming at it with the presuppositions of research and studies and books and things that have been written and a whole set of things that are related to said topic, in this case, Antarctica. And so I just wanted to take time to touch on a couple of those things. And the thing I bring it up is because it's impossible to touch on every point when we bring up stories. There's always going to be a reference from research done in the past or somebody that said something, or these points that make reference or help bolster the argument, and it's just impossible to do it in this format that we have now currently, where it's not so much a deep dive into the topic per se. It's more of, hey, what's the news story, what's the angle, why are they even talking about it? But it's good to revisit some of the underpinnings of and the approach of something like Antarctica, and a lot of it has to do with what is categorized in Wikipedia as esoteric Nazism. Esoteric Nazism, also known as esoteric fascism, refers to a range of mystical interpretations and adaptations of Nazism, and it has to do with the religious movements of white nationalism and neo-Nazism. It includes beliefs in finding a mythical Hyperborea. And on this wiki page, there's a list of researchers and authors who have talked about this, and one of them is Miguel Serrano. Miguel Serrano, a former Chilean diplomat, is a major figure in esoteric Nazism, author of numerous books including The Golden Ribbon, Esoteric Hitlerism in 1978, and Adolf Hitler, The Last Avatar in 1984. Man, The Last Avatar. Adolf Hitler. Did he find the metaverse before anybody? Was he the first one to enter the metaverse? And now he's had to wait all these years for humanity to rebuild the metaverse on this side so he can come back out? Man. Serrano is one of a number of Nazi esotericists who regard the Aryan blood as originally extraterrestrial. And there's a little blocked quote here that says, Serrano finds mythological evidence for extraterrestrial origin of man in the Nephilim. So, technically, folks, this story here today, or this whole segment, is also a Nephilim update. Oh, no, it didn't play. Hold on, one more time. Let me set that up. This segment is also a Nephilim update. No, why did it not work? Hold on. One more time. Yay, live to tape. This is also a Nephilim update.
Nephilim update. Nephilim update. Nephilim update.
There we go. All right, so yes. Yeah, so Serrano thinks ETs, or the ET narrative, has something to do with the Nephilim from the Bible, which makes sense. And Serrano suggests that the sudden appearance of Cro-Magnon man and his high artistic and cultural achievements in prehistoric Europe records the passage of one such Divya-descended race alongside the abysmal inferiority of Neanderthal man, an abomination and manifest creation of the demiurge. Of all the races on Earth, the Aryans alone preserve the memory of their divine ancestors in their noble blood, which is still mingled with the light of the black sun. Which, by the way, is a connection to, obviously, the Nazi occultism here, but also the eclipses and the partial eclipses that take place over Antarctica. All other races are the progeny of the demiurge's beast men native to the planet. That's according to Serrano. And then later on, it says here, the concept of Hyperborea has a simultaneously racial and mystical meaning for Serrano. He believes that Hitler was in Shambhala, an underground center in Antarctica, formerly at the North Pole and Tibet, where he was in contact with the Hyperborean gods, and whence he would someday emerge with a fleet of UFOs to lead the forces of light, the Hyperboreans, and sometimes associated with Vril, over the forces of darkness, inevitably including, for Serrano, those of the Abrahamic religion who worship the Abrahamic God, in a last battle and thus inaugurating a Fourth Reich. Serrano follows the Gnostic tradition of the Cathars by identifying the evil demiurge as Jehovah, the God of the Old Testament. So interesting that Serrano, and I don't know if this is his beliefs or if he just wrote about this. It's not clear from the wiki here, but I know about his research. I've come in contact with it before, but I don't recall this particular point. But like many in the Gnostic tradition, they believe Yahweh, God, Jehovah, is the bad guy. He's the bad guy who trapped Adam and Eve in a garden, and the serpent is the one that freed them from this prison that was created. That's the narrative, the flippening. That's literally the foundation of Satanism, the Luciferians, all of it, and all the mystical religions, and eventually the Antichrist will also probably in some way solve that issue or that narrative. And, one way to do it is to present a sort of an extraterrestrial type of origin, because then it's sort of like, hey, the morality comes from outside of Earth, and then they can go on with whether it's a good thing or a bad thing for the people that the alien savior-ish figure would support. This is all hypothetical here. But given my personal views that, the Antichrist will present himself as the Jewish Messiah, making it seem like he is fulfilling some of the geopolitical promises of the land owned by Israel. And we got to define our terms here when we say Israel. An eschatological Israel would be sort of, it would be the nation state of Israel that we see now, like a nation state, not necessarily the people in terms of an ethnic race, although that is also referenced as Israel. And then it gets confusing because also, people of God are called Israel in the New Testament. It's just a jumbled message. I'm not going to go down that road right now. But the point being that this whole thing with Shambhala and Hitler and all this stuff has its origins in Antarctica. And, a lot of these researchers are dismissed and they say that there's no evidence. In fact, I have a little thing here from osu.edu. That's Ohio State University. And this was an article published back in April of 2019. It was titled "The Nazi Bunkers of Antarctica." And I'll read just a little bit here, just because it explains what the view is, and then their take on it. What thinking about Hitler and the Nazi Germany and Nazi Germany, most people can think of at least one conspiracy theory they have heard about. Two pretty common ones are the Holocaust never happened, or that Hitler is alive and well in Argentina. A third theory that is beginning to see some popularity among paranormal conspiracy theorists is the idea that the Nazis took control of part of Antarctica and built underground bunkers where they would experiment with creating new technology. This theory originates from a story about a Nazi expedition to Antarctica. The story says that while exploring and mapping the area, they uncovered a multitude of underground caves and rivers. One of the caves was particularly large and was turned into a large city that would be home to both Nazis and other powerful groups like the Illuminati. Along the way, the Germans either came across alien technology or made contact with the aliens. The Germans learned... I love this because this is in like a Ohio State University paper, but they're just like going off on these views. But they're saying this is all nonsense, is why they can publish this. Along the way, the Germans either came across alien technology or made contact with aliens. The Germans learned how to use the technology and were able to build a number of weapons. This belief is extraordinary because there is no evidence that the Nazis ever did or were even capable of building such a base. Geologist and oceanographer Colin Summerhays partnered with journalist and historian Peter Beeching to examine evidence about Antarctica and the Nazis. The pair published a 21-page peer-reviewed study about these mysterious Antarctic bases and if they are real or not. Okay. Then it says here, in support of this claim is the fact that the Nazis did at one point carry out an expedition to Antarctica in 1938. Many conspiracy theorists claim that this was a large-scale expedition with militarized and scientific ships. In reality, it was just one small ship with the goal of finding new territory, where Germany could expand their whaling industry. There's also no mention of intent to establish a base in any Nazi documents. And after the start of World War II, the Nazis don't return to Antarctica until 1959. The crew manning the ship also would have been nowhere near large enough to build a base the size of what is being claimed. Okay, the thing is, this is me talking here, just peddling the mainstream narrative doesn't mean that there are facts and truths to the expedition and the real agenda at play here that are, it doesn't mean that those things don't exist. They probably do exist, and to what level the Nazis in 1938 were actually able to carry out the expedition and fulfill that. Okay, sure, we don't have any hard evidence that it would satisfy, somebody, but of course it's a remote location. It's hard to get hard evidence in that regard. But yeah, just peddling the other side of it of like, oh, there's no evidence, just saying it. There's no evidence. That means or have looked at all the variables. And given the fact that we are getting all the discoveries under the ice, discoveries of water, discoveries in Antarctica, the sentiment is that, hey, we don't know anything about Antarctica. We don't know enough. If we're making all these discoveries every week, then clearly there's stuff we don't know about Antarctica. But to say that there's no evidence, period, is de facto admitting or suggesting, not admitting, they're suggesting that they do have every inch of Antarctica mapped and known. And we can tell you with certainty that there's no evidence of a base, a Nazi base, or anything of the sort. which is just ridiculous. I mean, and the thing is, they could be right. They could be telling the truth. The fact of the matter is that there is nothing there that would indicate any kind of strange happenings in the past or alien technology or anything like that. But even still, to suggest that is ridiculous. And then it gets into some of the treaty stuff and, the conspiracy theorists saying why, certain, or the Antarctic Treaty would be the way it is. And then they get into trying to explain, why people believe such things on this OSU paper. So why do so many people believe this despite the lack of evidence? Even though in the last paragraph you admitted that, yeah, in fact, Nazis did carry out expeditions to Antarctica on paper. And that's the public record of things. Who knows what's not public? I mean, people are pulling off trades today, right now. Certain countries sending out ships into the middle of the ocean, making a trade of oil or whatever with Russian ships, bringing it back on shore. Nobody has to know that Russians actually supplied our oil. The mainstream media is not going to hear about it. It's not going to go down in historical records. Some fringe authors might find out and write about it, but who cares? Those are conspiracy theorists. No one's going to believe them. Right? If that's happening now, which it is, of course, stuff from 100 years ago can be kept secret. So anyway, why do so many people believe this information or believe the conspiracy theories despite the lack of evidence? One major reason is simply because it's Antarctica. Its hazardous condition makes Antarctica one of the last unexplored places on Earth because so little is known. Oh, so if so little is known, how are you so sure that what's there and what's not? I get mad about silly things. Because so little is known about the continent, this makes it a perfect breeding ground for conspiracy theories and speculations about what's there and what is not. OSU. So much of it remains unexplored and unknown, and it makes people think that anything could be there. Another contributor to this belief is that there have been some bizarre military activities that have occurred at Antarctica over the years, such as supposed German boats coming or the U.S. project Operation High Jump. These strange events, we don't know what's going on with those, and the lack of information around them often lead people to conclude that it must be because there's something going on there that the government doesn't want us to know. Listen, when the government doesn't say something, it's because they don't want the public to know. That's why they do it. Rumors and speculation abound, and a conspiracy theory is born. So according to this very writing here in this OSU, Ohio State University.edu thing about, pushing back on the Antarctica conspiracies about Nazis and all this kind of stuff. Pushing back on it is... Hold on, I just lost my train of thought. Hold on, let me just read that. Rumors and speculation abound, and a conspiracy theories. Okay, so what I was saying was, because of the lack of information, if you question something, or if you ask poignant questions about any given topic where there is a lack of information, or secretive projects, or clear examples of governments not telling us everything, and you question that, a conspiracy theory is born. Yeah, it wasn't a conspiracy theory before. It was just asking the right questions before. But now, a conspiracy theory is born. In this case, people are simply misinformed and not looking at the evidence correctly. Today, much of the information concerning some of the military activities at Antarctica has been made public, and now people can read up on the facts in some of these missions. Okay, again, sleight of hand trick. Today, much of the information, so meaning not all, but much of the information concerning some of the military activities, meaning not all, but some of the military activities at Antarctica, has been made public. Yeah, not everything's public, bro. That's the whole point of what we're saying. And now people can read up on the facts on some of these missions. Okay, I think you get the point. This is why it's infuriating reading stuff like this, because it's like, where's the logic? Where's any objectivity? There's nothing. It's just like you've made your decision and you're just writing words that confirm that bias. At the bottom of the article here, the idea that the Nazis built a secret base in Antarctica is not based on evidence. To date, there has been nothing found to support it, except for those pyramids and meteorites and underground water systems that we didn't know about and islands we didn't know about and Nephilim penguins.
So a new discovery in Antarctica.
Penguins.
CNN, mirroring MSN.com, emperor penguins have an unlikely robot ally as they face threats at the edge of the world. Yes, we reported on this. Everybody was sharing this story to us saying like, hey, you guys are missing out on this story about the robot. No, we reported on this when they first talked about it weeks ago. And as I said, they are recirculating stories, folks, and it's becoming more and more, disseminated through mainstream outlets. So just want to mention that. That's not the main article here. Other more recent article about emperor penguins comes from Reuters. Published today, emperor penguins at serious risk of extinction due to climate change. Man, climate change is really a threat to the world. The emperor penguin, which roams Antarctica's frozen tundra and chilly seas, is at severe risk of extinction in the next 30 to 40 years as a result of climate change, an expert from the Argentine Antarctic Institute warned. The emperor, the world's largest penguin and one of the only two penguin species endemic to Antarctica, gives birth during the Antarctic winter and requires solid sea ice from April through December to nest fledgling chicks. If the sea freezes later or melts prematurely, the emperor family cannot complete its reproductive cycle. In the quote, if the waters reach the newborn penguins, which are not ready to swim and do not have waterproof plumage, they die of the cold and drown, said biologist Marcella Libertelli, who has studied 15,000 penguins across 2 colonies in Antarctica at the IAA. This has happened at the Haley Bay colony in the Weddell Sea, the second largest emperor penguin colony, where for 3 years all the chicks died. Every August, in the middle of the southern hemisphere winter, Libertelli and other scientists at Argentina's Marambio base in Antarctica travel 65 kilometers, about 40 miles, each day by motorbike in temperatures as low as negative 40 degrees Celsius or negative 40 Fahrenheit. What? It says negative 40 degrees Celsius, and then in parentheses it says negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's not right. To reach the nearest emperor penguin colony. Once there, they count, weigh, and measure the chicks, gather geographical coordinates, and take blood samples. They also conduct aerial analysis, and as we will come to see, they might be doing something else to those poor penguins. The scientists' findings point to a grim future for the species if climate change is not mitigated. So we get the message, climate change. In early April, the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, warned of, quote, increasingly extreme temperatures coupled with unusual rainfall and ice melting in Antarctica. A worrying trend, said Libertelli, since the Antarctic ice sheets have been depleted since at least 1999. And there you have it. Another organization to keep in mind. The World Health Organization, obviously, at the center stage of the worldwide pandemic. But if we have a biogeographic crisis, which we do have, according to these mainstreamers, it's called the climate change crisis. We may hear more from the World Meteorological Organization as they roll out necessary measures to flatten the curve of temperature or ice or something. The rise of tourism and fishing in Antarctica has also put the emperor's future at risk by affecting krill, one of the main sources of food for penguins and other species. Tourist boats often have various negative effects on Antarctica, as do the fisheries, says Libertelli. Quote, it is important that there is greater control and that we think about the future. More control. More control. This is when we start getting tired. We start chanting, more control of emperor penguins in Antarctica. But, as they monitor and surveil penguins, the emperor penguins, they need to do a better job of tracking all penguins. Because penguins' lives matter. Every penguin's life matters. And I don't like what they're doing out there to the penguins. Because according to dailymail.co.uk, scientists are mystified as dozens of beheaded penguins wash up on Australian beaches. What is going on? This was published back on the 28th of April. It's a couple weeks old, maybe a week old. Scientists are mystified as to why dozens of headless penguins have been washing up on Australian beaches, leading to an investigation into who or what is behind the gruesome deaths. Around 20 penguins' bodies washed ashore on beaches in South Australia's FLIPPY Peninsula in April alone. This is more than the total number of penguin deaths in the area in the whole of 2021. What is going on? I have a theory, by the way. In South Australia, Stephen Hedges is collecting the dead animals so they can be studied by scientists to find out how or why the heads are being removed. The Flinders University volunteer said he and others are finding both the penguin bodies and the severed heads. Direct human intervention has been ruled out, and oh my gosh, let me start that sentence over. Direct human intervention has been ruled out as a cause as the deaths are happening at sea. So we have a sea creature. Aquaman, what are you doing, man? Decapitating these penguins. Or maybe it's the Nephilim penguin trying to wipe out the population of regular penguins. But Mr. Hedges said fishing boat propellers could be causing the deaths based on the large number of vessels in the area. We normally have 1 or 2 per month wash up on the beaches, but already in April, I've collected between 15 and 20. And sometimes 3 in one day, he told the advertiser. What is the advertiser? Adalesnow.com.au. Okay, all right. Some outlet in Australia. Mr. Hedges, the evidence so far is pointing to a fairly clean chop on the penguins' heads. But looking at an animal and thinking, that is a very clean chop, is not the same as scientists determining a cause, he said. I like that. Hold on one moment. I have a text message coming in that I need to address from the wife. Yes. Oh, done solo today, so talking the whole time. Okay. Roku pin number for sorry, I'm trying to get this over. All right, so yes, more washing up on shore. Mr. Hedges said a recent tuna fishing competition off Encounter Bay could have attracted penguins around boats. Tourism may also be a factor in the killing of the penguins, with the numbers increasing around Easter. Ooh, some kind of ritual around Easter time. And Anzac weekends, when there were a lot of visitors in the area. He said a lot of the tourists were walking along the beaches with their dogs, which may be related to what happened. Fox predation could also be a factor. Another theory is that the decapitations could be caused by waves, currents, and climatic conditions. Climatic conditions? What do you mean? The climate is killing these penguins? Like, not just killing, but decapitating them? But the number of deaths seemed too large for that to be a sole cause. Mr. Hedges said it would take 2 or 3 weeks for scientists to find a definitive cause. Though the headless bodies being found in South Australia seem to be a unique event, penguins have recently fallen to another bizarre mass death. Last September, a swarm of bees killed 63 endangered African penguins on a South African beach. The protected birds were found dead in Simonstown near Cape Town and taken for post-mortem. After tests, we found bee stings around the penguin's eyes, Dr. David Roberts, a clinical veterinarian, said at the time. The area is a national park, and Cape honeybees are part of the ecosystem. The penguins must not die, just like as they are already in danger of extinction. They are a protected species, said Mr. Roberts, who works with the Southern African Foundation for the Conservation of Coastal Birds. South African National Parks said there were no external physical injuries found on any of the birds. Okay, so we're talking about a different set of birds now, but let's get back to this 15 to 20 washing ashore. They said that the bodies are found. They said that some heads are found. But I have a different theory here. It could be some propellers. It could be a creature. It could be climate change. But perhaps there might be something in connection with the pineal gland. And the pineal gland is in your brain. It produces serotonin, or I believe serotonin and melatonin, so stuff that makes you help go to sleep. I believe that is produced in the pineal gland. And there was a tweet by WikiLeaks way back in January 10th, 2019, over 3 years ago. And they published this. Why did the U.S. State Department ship frozen penguin pineal glands from Argentina in 1973? Yeah, why would they do that? Interesting. Oh, here we go. We got children. Oh, family coming in. All right. Right when we're getting to the interesting and gruesome part here. Oh, hey, there's Keizo. What's up, buddy? Hey, we're trying to talk about pineal glands and penguins, but all right. Here's our 1-year-old. You want to say hello? Say hi. Say hi. Yep, okay. All right. Yes, you too. Say hello. Hi. Okay. All right, I got to keep working, though, okay? Okay. We're talking about frozen pineal glands. U.S. State Department. Okay, so yes, there was a paper here that was published. Oh my gosh. Oh, the 1.5 is not a good age for podcasting. Frozen penguin pineal glands will be shipped Buenos Aires August 3rd to New York, and National 62 arriving Boston in August via freight. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on one second. This cannot happen. I'm going to play a track and get everybody situated here, and I'll finish up this here. Hold on one second. All right, here we go. Let me here's a good one. It's a classic.
Of charm. Come on, man, you're just an arm. Whoa. Hey, Flippy, please don't take my girl.
Yeah, Flippy, don't take my girl. All right, sorry. I'm back. Okay, let's continue here. All right, so there was a WikiLeaks tweet that came out in 2019 mentioning how the U.S. State Department shipped frozen penguin pineal glands from Argentina in 1973. Again, very interesting. This was unclassified, shared by WikiLeaks. What is the U.S. State Department doing with frozen pineal glands from penguins in 1973? Just asking questions. Just asking questions, folks. So, yeah, I thought that was a very interesting possibility of decapitated penguins washing up on Australian beaches. One possibility is somebody wants to get to some pineal glands. And so I would ask these people here, the people that are collecting it and doing research or whatever, trying to figure it out, the heads that are left, any sign of the pineal gland? Has it been taken? And would they even make it public? That wouldn't be in a headline or anything if they discovered that the heads that they did recover had the pineal gland missing from within their penguin heads. But, that's the question I have. It won't be necessarily answered, but I think it's interesting. And there's precedent here. A beheaded penguin, if you look at the word penguin, the word is from 1570s, originally used of the great auk of Newfoundland, now extinct. The last two known birds were killed in 1844. The shift in meaning to the Antarctic swimming bird, which looks something like it observed by Drake in Magellan's Strait in 1578. Ooh, way off. Is from 1580s. The word itself is of unknown origin, though it often is asserted to be from Welsh pen, which means head, and gwyn, which means white. So penguin, meaning white head. White head, penguin, white head, white head. And they're chopping off white heads and eating or creating some kind of thing out of the pineal glands. But yes, interestingly enough, pineal also has that same root, especially with the Magellan penguins here. I'm sorry, this is a paper by, hold on, I lost my train of thinking. Yes, okay, so penguins comes from pen, white, pen meaning head, gwyn meaning white, so white head. It's the definition of penguin. And then there's this paper, The Morphology of the Pineal Gland of the Magellanic Penguin. And yeah, so there's just a scientific paper that was published. Oh man, how come I can't get the Zoom working on this thing? It was published. Okay, I don't have a date. Thought I had a date on this, but I guess I don't. But in here it says in the abstract, in the conclusions section. All right, let me read the results here. The materials and methods. Specimens were collected on the southern coast of Brazil. Morphometric assessments and historical analysis of the glands were undertaken. Results. The pineal gland of the Magellanic penguin lies in a triangular space between the brain hemisphere and the cerebellum, and close to the cavernous sinus that follow the regions dura mater. The average of the pineal gland of the penguins under analysis was 11.16 millimeters, and it shows the thickness there. Conclusion. The Magellanic penguin's pineal gland has a club-like saccular shape with cells in threads involved and interlaced by fibrous conjunctive tissue. Results corroborated data in the literature and showed that the pineal gland of these birds is relatively greater than that of other birds, and its tissue composition is similar to that of other vertebrates. So there you go. There was a study done to suggest that these penguin pineal glands are bigger than other birds. Perhaps they are the master birds of all birds, the whiteheads. They are the Aryan birds of the bird people, but birds aren't real, so it's all coming together. And then there's this PubMed article published on the NIH, National Institute of Health website, from 1973, December. Is that correct? Wow, that would be very interesting considering this WikiLeaks document. Okay, so I didn't make that connection before, but here it is from the National Library of Medicine, PubMed. Serotonin content in the pineal gland of the Antarctic penguin. And I couldn't do a whole lot of finding out more about this because it just has the name of the story or the article. And I believe maybe that's where I found that paper. I'm double checking on it here. Serotonin content. Okay, the abstract. Pineal serotonin content of the penguin Pygoscelis papua, a migratory Antarctic bird, was studied during January 1972. Serotonin levels. Interesting. Serotonin was assayed at 12 a.m. and at 12 p.m. in animals with eye exposed to light. Yeah, that's how they do it. And that's all there is. That's all there is to this, not report, but just this, the article here. And look at this. This was written by three main people. The Institute of Neurobiology is what I'm guessing. It's the Instituto de Neurobiología Obligado 2490, Buenos Aires, Argentina. Right? Because yes, the WikiLeaks. Why did the U.S. State Department ship frozen penguin pineal glands from Argentina in 1973? This must be talking about the same thing. This must be talking about the scientific paper or the study that was done. So they were looking at serotonin levels in penguin pineal glands. Why would that be? This is very interesting. And again, I didn't plan everything here. I kind of laid out some possibilities and the research points. But more needs to be done here to figure out what might be happening. Green Pasture says, wait, Gonz. Should I wait for something? Is there something else? Did I miss something? It said something about illuminated. Oh, yes. Yeah. That's back in the, in this here. Yeah, illumination. Yes. So, they to do this, so a lot of the explanation, like the scientific explanation for pineal gland, they talk about how it's got something to do with your chemical regulation and your sleep cycles and melatonin release, and it has to do with how much light is hitting your eyes. And as we know, there are the same cells that operate in your eyes, like the light sensitive cells in your eyes, also exist in your pineal gland, if I'm not mistaken. And so it probably has a similar response, and having yourself see light in the morning has some kind of circadian effect on you and all this kind of stuff that they're finding out in terms of our rhythms and nature and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, that's what the illumination is referencing here in the abstract, is they illuminated the eyes, or exposed light to the eyes of these animals to help them see what the pineal gland was doing, whether it was releasing serotonin or not, and was there a pattern. So there you go. That's the interesting rabbit trail about penguins and pineal glands. The Antarctica connection is also very interesting. Then you bring in the not just the beheaded penguins, but the emperor penguins that are in risk of extinction due to climate change. And that's what they're calling this now. The pineal gland eating, or scientists that needs all the pineal glands to create some weird hive mind so they can create a craft that uses ESP, perhaps, extrasensory perception, to move those UFOs. What if all this climate change stuff has to do with people dying, and so that they can harvest animals or any creature that has pineal glands, so that we can, create more of our devices. I don't know. It's just an interesting set of stories that are all coming together in the realm of the public discourse and news media. And I want to wrap it up by talking about PINEAL, which means face of God, and which is mentioned in the book of Genesis a couple times. The most famous passage of this is Genesis 32:30. So Jacob named the place PINEAL, for he said, I have seen God face to face, yet my life has been preserved. And that word there for face of God is PINEAL. And I find it interesting because on a map of where people think PINEAL is. And for those of you watching, I'm showing a picture of where this allegedly took place, this story of Jacob wrestling with God and seeing God's face. That's why it's called PINEAL. I'm sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought here. Hold on. Let me get back on track. I find it interesting because the map, yes, the map of where this PINEAL is supposed to be. I guess I didn't save that in my sequence of browsers, but it's basically east of the Jordan River. So if you're looking at a map of Israel, you have Israel and you have, the Jordan River, then you have like the Black Sea and stuff on the right side, on the eastern side, the eastern border of what is now Israel. And so beyond that, in where ancient Ammon is around the area where PINEAL is, the face of God. And the interesting thing, the tie-in with, biblical prophecy and eschatology is that there's the kingdom of Ammon and Moab and Edom, all mentioned in the book of Daniel, where the Antichrist goes into Israel. And this is part of what I think will be him trying to fulfill the messianic prophecy of having greater Israel, that land mass. And by conquering some of the Arab states that are there now, he would effectively be fulfilling the prophecy of the Jews, which is that we are promised this land as our own, and the all of Israel, the land mass that is promised. And that'll become a geopolitical point of contention at that time. But the reality being the actual restoration of the new heaven and the new earth and all that happening, necessarily because, we mess up creation, the reality gets all messed up, which we're seeing signs of now with all the news stories. But that being the real actual restoration, there is going to be a counterfeit restoration. And that's what this Antichrist thing has to do with. And in Daniel chapter 11, verse 41 mentions, he shall come into the glorious land. This is the Antichrist, and tens of thousands shall fall. But these shall be delivered out of his hand, Edom and Moab and main parts of the Ammonites. That's in the ESV. So Edom, Moab, and the main part of the Ammonites are areas in which the Antichrist will not be able to secure as part of the attempted restoration of greater Israel, or, the fulfillment of greater Israel. And so this PINEAL, this place of God, is within those boundaries of the areas that the Antichrist does not capture as part of the eschatological giveaway that this beast, this individual, is not the Messiah, because he won't be able to actually secure the land that is promised for Israel, which, again, defining Israel becomes an issue. What do you mean? Do you mean all of Israel, which includes not just the ethnic lineage, but also the people of God in general, who are grafted in? They're part of Israel. That's just basic biblical language, but people get freaked out because, you're promoting different theology, or you're promoting this or promoting that. That's not it. That's not what we're talking about. Replacement theology. That's what people always accuse you of if you say you can define Israel as the church. But it is true to some extent. It's not fully true about replacing the ethnicity of the Jews. That's not what it is. But it's true in the sense that people are grafted in, but anyway, that's a whole side conversation. So anyway, all that being said, quite the rabbit trail from new discoveries in Antarctica to decapitated penguins to the actual pineal gland reference. I don't know if there's anything to it, but it's something to keep in mind and something we will continue to keep track of. And again, it's a bummer that Basil missed this one, or at least this Antarctica section, because I would like to know his thoughts on some of this stuff here. So there you go. All right. I am exhausted. How long have we been? Have we really been going for close to 4 hours? Oh my goodness. All right. I need to wrap the show up. It is time to go for me. Family's waiting. And just want to say thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being here and being part of the show. Really appreciate it. And I hope you guys are okay with today's show, with a little bit of some moments, I suppose, getting through because of a solo situation. But before we move on and do anything, I'd like to thank all of our producers that have come in. Our executive producer for this episode, Brandon C., and the rest of our producers, Deborah S. Moore, Isaac G., James M., Liz M., Cloud Surreal X, Protocol V2, Sir James, Jackie U., Sir Scott Knight of Truth, Sir KC, The Shield Knight, Gail M., Veronica D., Runk Smash, and there was one more that I forgot. Sir James. That's right. Where did that go? No, that's not what I was trying to do. Yeah, no. Wait. Hold your horses there, Basil. Not yet. Yeah. So that was yes, Sir James. Yes. Thank you very much. And also thank you to Learbag 3K for the music. Dame Allie, Sir Dove, and Runk Smash for coming in with their talent. And also, we got some other people to thank. The Clippers. Clipping all those videos. Thanks. Thank you to our Clippers, Emsworth, Faye Liverin, and Epsilon. You guys are doing a great job keeping that Clips channel running. And it's one of those things that feels less... I don't know that it feels less, but you might feel discouraged if you look at the numbers or something on the Clips channel. You know, you get like 10, 20, 30 views per video or whatever. But it is a great resource. And over time, there's going to be a point where one of these videos will go viral for one reason or another. Hopefully it's a good reason. And just the discoverability of the show will increase because of that. So we appreciate the Clippers. Thank you very much. It's a lot of work to clip this stuff, but we are very thankful for you all. Okay. We also want to thank the timestampers.
Timestamp. It's hard work. Timestamp.
It is hard work. And I want to thank Jade Bouncerson, I believe, who did the timestamp for episode 480 back on Wednesday. And so thank you very much. Appreciate it. Meetups.
Canary Cry Meetup.
By the way, the timestampers don't get enough credit because they do have to sort of sit through the episode again and stamp the time of things. So big appreciation for all the timestampers. But in terms of meetups, CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Go there, find out if there's a meetup happening near you. If there isn't, you should be the point man or woman to host a meetup. Just choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and promote. There are many different types of meetups as well. There's a Zoom meetup every third Saturday of each month. I'm just double checking. That'll be the 21st this month in May. It's a Saturday, so you can contact Ciara or Mr. Jag doing the EU Canary Cry Zoom hangout on the third Saturday of each month, I'm guessing. Yeah, so there you go. You got your Zoom meetup. You also have your LA Church Infiltration of the Church of Skaten meetup taking place, led by Lady B Hats at yahoo.com. Email her and get in touch. Find out more and be a part of that. That'll be a real good one in LA. And then we have Pennsylvania, Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, July 9th. Still a few days before that one, but that's it. That's all the ones that are listed right now. So if you want to do a meetup, tell us. We'll put a flyer together and we'll make the call and see how many people listening out there are interested in joining you. Because that's really the, aside from just the information and the breakdowns and the hanging out and all that stuff, the important thing is to build community. Have people in your local community that you can connect to, especially if something happens. Lord forbid something bad happens. You have your community locally that you can tap into, that you guys can, at least connect and, have that ready. That is more important than probably maybe the most important in terms of preparing. So there you go. Thank you to all the people making meetups happen, people attending meetups, people thinking about attending meetups. Appreciate it. See you at the meetups.
This is fun!
Yes, reviews. The one reluctant way that we bend the knee to the system. It's Apple Podcasts, the review process here. And we really appreciate anybody who comes in and leaves a rating and a review, or both. Currently, at least in the American version here, we have 662 ratings and reviews, and it's been kind of stuck there. And I can understand. Maybe people don't want to be that 666th message. I don't know that we have any new ones. If we do, it's this one right here from The Badger from back on April 26th. We might have read this one. It was short. Finally, a reason to live. Thank God, Basil and Gonz. I actually think we did read that one. So no new reviews on Apple iTunes, or iTunes has caught on that we are not establishment friendly. Yes. I'm almost done. Yes, I'm almost there. All right. Thank you for your patience. So there you go. No new reviews. That's going to really upset my ugly uncle.
Ugly, horrible person. You must leave review on iTunes. And if you do not, you are ugly, horrible person. You bring shame to family. Ugly, horrible person.
But if you do leave a review, you will make Basil go, ooh, woo. Social media. Thank you for anybody out there sharing the show on social media. Share the link, share the art, share whatever. Episodes, clips, if you're using Podcasting 2.0. Appreciate all of you contributing to this train, this thing we call the Canarium, Canary Cry News Talk. I don't have any specific people to thank, but in general, I would like to see more people sharing stuff on social media. But can't control you. Can't control you. It's part of the game. Part of the reason why we do this is we don't tell you exactly what to do, and it's okay. We're still going to give you the show. You're still going to get Canary Cry News Talk. So there you go. That's it for today's show. Let me think of a way you can share the podcast in a creative manner, that free-flowing of ideas. And so here's one way you can share the show. You can put the show on a microchip, put the microchip in a pineal gland and freeze it, and then you can place it inside of one of the decapitated penguin heads, unfortunately, and it's been carved out in there. So you put that in there, and then you just dump it into the ocean, and then it'll wash up on sea, on the shore somewhere, maybe Australia, maybe Argentina, maybe South Africa, and a team of scientists will descend upon it, and they will look at the decapitated head and say, oh my goodness, what is going on here? What is it, the boats? Is it the fishermen? Is it climate change? And then they will dig in, and they will start dissecting the body parts of these poor penguins, and they will open up. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I'm going on a rant. They will get to the parts of the head of these decapitated penguins, and they'll unlock the brain, and they'll look in, and behold, there's a frozen, pristine pineal gland of a penguin. Is this a Nephilim penguin? I don't know, but it's there. It's clear. And they start dissecting it, and they find a little microchip. And they go, what is this microchip? So they put it into the decoder machine, and lo and behold, they hear the music of Canary Cry News Talk. And there it is, Canary Cry News Talk. It's shared with all those scientists who don't know what's going on on the tip of their fingers as they dissect the Nephilim penguins responsible for the demise of civilization. Now, you can do that, or you don't have to do all that. You can just, share it with people more simply. We call it it's a thing. It's called a thing. There's minorities. It's Corn Pop.
And Corn Pop was a bad dude.
He was definitely a bad dude. We call it rattling cages. If you don't know what to do, if you need more instructions, all you got to do is walk up to people, you just grab them by the cage and shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
Oh, what happened? I'm struggling to end the show.
War never changes. The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve. And if they don't? Ask Noah.
Ask Noah. Basil? Or Mystery Basil, who's not really here. Any last words for our audience here? What'd you think of the penguin pineal gland decapitation story?
Interesting.
That's interesting. Okay. Did you think I did a good job?
Yeah.
All right. Very cool. All right. I guess we should get hype for the next episode when Basil will return.
Gotta get that hype, bro.
I'm sure you guys all miss him like I do. We'll see him on Monday. Until then, thank you guys for watching, listening, sharing another episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Thank you to all the producers. Appreciate it. See you guys on Monday. Hope you all have a great weekend. And until you do, though, or until you do have a good weekend, or maybe you won't have a good weekend until you think outside the cage.
This is the way.
I'll keep you warm and safe, and my people too.
CanaryCry.Radio.com/support